June.
is the answer? A prehistoric monster. Well, what do we make of these bones?
We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts, and we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained, together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce.
Trudune.
Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today. Happy Tuesday. Apologies for not having been on yesterday, but I was traveling back from Monterey, and also feeling a little bit under the weather, which I still kind of am. Getting over a cold or something that I may have picked up at the aquarium. It was very crowded while I was there, but I was really lucky to be able to go, and holy cow, what an amazing stream we had with Scott Benson on Sunday. How many of you were here watching that, or maybe you caught the VOD afterward? Let me know in the chat. Yeah, I'm glad you're here, everybody. And welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's anyone's very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So you probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at scientific conferences, and what I dig up during the field season. We spent a grand total of, how long was it? 11 weeks in the field this year?
Wow.
That's a new record for me. We'll see if we beat it next year. But, yeah, holy cow. And streaming that nearly every day. My goal is always in the field to be able to show people what paleontological fieldwork is really like. So I try and broadcast whenever I can, 7 days a week when I'm in the field. So, anyway, yeah. Beardy Hero says, I'm feeling less dead already. Welcome, Beard Hero. I'm glad you're feeling a little more alive. It's good to have you here. And Shark Geek says, that was fantastic. Oh, you liked the cold open video? Shark Geek, how are you doing? Can we get another shout out for Shark Geek real quick? And I wish you could have been there at the aquarium. It is, Monterey Bay Aquarium is absolutely world class. And, yeah, I love going there every time I get the chance. It's only like a couple hours drive from where I live, but I don't get down there often enough, really. But I'm hoping to maybe do some collaborations with them in the coming months, so I'm very excited about that. Stay tuned for that kind of thing. And yes, I did mention you to them, Shark Geek. I'll see if I can put you in touch with them. But yeah. Glad you're here, says Iacane. Hey, the feeling's mutual, Iacane Powder. I hope you're having a good day. And saw a scant viewing when you were live. Very funny, Alexander Morrison. We were on the front page of Twitch during that interview. Really grateful for the opportunity. Trying to get the word out about leatherback turtles and how to protect them, why they're important, all of that. So that's going to be a big stream arc for us over the next year. You'll be hearing a lot more about leatherback turtles. But yeah. And Shark Geeks is doing great, just home from visiting family in New York last night. It's going to get clean for the house for a New Year's Eve gathering. Very cool, Shark Geek. Yeah. Oh, to clean the house. Yeah. Awesome, Shark Geek. I hope it goes great. It sounds like a lot of fun. 2026 is the turtle arc. There you go, Freaky Feline. Yeah. The leatherback turtle stream arc-alon. We'll workshop a title. But yeah, of course, referencing Archelon, the largest turtle that's ever lived, as far as we know. Holy cow, what a big animal! properly. Anyway, that's about actual size. Neat piece of artwork there, but they went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. They are larger than a modern-day leatherback turtle. So there's Archelon on the left, Protostega, closely related member of the same family, in the middle, and then the modern leatherback right there on the right. Anyhow. We'll get into more turtle stuff later today, I'm sure. But yeah. And would love to visit someday. Absolutely, Golganek. Holy cow. If you ever get the chance to go to Monterey Bay Aquarium, take that chance. Take the opportunity. Do it. It's pretty incredible. And hi to you too, Riker Red. Hope you're having a good day. It's good to have you. You know what? Let's do a Blue Sky post before I forget. Man, I feel like this shirt shrank in the wash. Anyhow. Take a quick screenshot. And see if that looks halfway decent. Yeah, that'll work. I'm not gonna be picky. Post. Here we go. I'm back from Monterey and ready for some chill paleontology discussion. Discussion with an S. There we go. Natural history, camaraderie. Join us at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Pretty simple. Okay. Quick screenshot of me in my office. A leatherback turtle t-shirt. I'm feeling a little under the weather and couldn't be bothered to put on a button-up shirt. Behind me are fern, holiday wreath, various bits of conifer greenery, a gigantic 3D printed Allosaurus skull, a couple leatherback turtle tchotchkes as well. How do you spell tchotchke? It's T-C-H-O-T. Yeah, there we go. Tchotchke. Tchotchke, okay. Tchotch. Yeah, I got it. All right, nice. And let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Excellent.
It was like
and
you go to the shoe store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It was pretty sick.
that is pretty sick, Ironheart. Almost as sick. Sick meaning good. Thank you for the 66 months. Hope you had a great Christmas too, Ironheart. I know I did. Thank you. Man, I feel like such a boomer saying, well, sick meaning good. Yeah, never mind. Sometimes you just can't find the right Simpsons clip on YouTube fast enough. Anywho, yeah, Anti-Vent, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Aid 112 and Neri. What's shaking? Good to have you. You feel alt text, what a good guy? I mean, it's there for a reason. You know, we try and keep this stream as accessible as possible, and look at me not doing this properly. Stream closed captioner is not working. Let's go ahead and turn that on. Testing, testing, stream closed captioner. Let's put it through its paces real quick. Give it some dinosaur genus names like Cryolophosaurus, Ancylophysis, Dilophosaurus. Ooh, it got Dilophosaurus. Will it get Haplocanthosaurus? Haplocanthosaurus. No, not quite. Oh well. Leatherback turtle. Dermachelys coriacea. No. Anyway, it's trying, Lenina, yeah. And Casey Snowart, how are you doing? Shoot, where is your Christmas card? I should have brought that down here, but let me, give me just a second, Casey. Let me go get that, because I want to show everybody the lovely holiday card that you sent to me and Ios and Lordy. Including a really special drawing in there. Holy moly. If anybody's not yet following Casey Snowart, you are missing out. Hang on just a moment. In fact, let me play a quick little channel trailer type video for any of the new folks who, where did that go? There we go. I'll be right back. Actually, hang on. This is not set up properly. There we go. Be right back.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. That's me. Thank you for permitting me a chance to talk about that real quick. Oh, and this is new too. Thank you, recommendations on YouTube. Oh, they worked for once. Cool. We'll take a look at that. Adam Savage from Mythbusters got to visit the prep lab at AM&H. With Roger Benson, looks like. Very cool. Anyway, no, Casey, you're not interrupting. I'm doing this by choice, of course. Check this out, everybody. Beautiful artwork by Casey Snowart here. Just absolutely superb. Of the national land mammal of the United States. Bison, the American bison. Symbol of the North American continent and of the United States. Well, it was official policy of the U.S. government to try to drive these creatures into extinction at one point. We talked about that a few weeks ago. But check this out. So, Casey painted this. She does a North American mammal Christmas card, holiday card every year, and this year's is the bison. Very, very cool. And check out the the drawing that she put in here. It's the three cats, Mini Pie, Moon Pie, and Sweetie Pie, along with Trirarchuncus, our beloved Alvarezsaur. How cool is that? I am... so grateful, Casey. This is so cool. Really appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that. Very cool. Really appreciate this, Casey. And I'm gonna put this into my collection for images that we can put in frames in the backdrop. So anytime we're talking about the American West, maybe before I go out to the field, all that stuff, out to the, you know, natural range of the American bison. Have that there on the wall. Hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? We're getting a visit from one of our landlords right here. How are you doing, Mini Pie? Did you miss us? We're gone for a few days down in Monterey, and Mini Pie, I think... yeah, Mini Pie really did miss us. All the cats did. There's so much hair. Goodness. Nobody's brushed you in forever, it seems like. Let's make that happen, huh? And hey, Matt Ostrom, how are you doing? Hello, hello. I hope you're having a good day so far. Good to have you here. The Alvarezsaur in the room. What was that, Dr. Tara? Oh, do we have a new Alvarezsaur or something? I don't know. I've been so busy with getting ready for that big stream with Scott Benson, I haven't even had an opportunity to really keep up with fossil news too much. Yeah, a freaky one. Oh, well, we'll have to take a look at that today. But first, landlords demand payment. Let's make that happen, huh? Would you like that? You can get paid? Yeah? Yeah? Lordy and I were lucky enough to see a bunch of sea otters in Monterey over the last few days, and they really kind of reminded us of the cats in certain ways. Yeah, because you're not that distantly related from a sea otter, you know. No, you're not. You're both painiform carnivorous. So you and sea otters probably only split. Like your lineage is probably only split what, like 30 million years ago, something like that? We'll go ahead and we can see. We can see. Why don't we check on that? Do you like that? Yeah. And did you hear? Wait. Did you hear any otters? We definitely heard some otters, Mayor Space. Yeah. Heard some baby otters calling to their moms. That was pretty cool. And what is this?
Settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like.
Well.
We now need to know how they lived.
Go for Fluff or Not. Thank you so much, Fluff, for the 31 months of support. Thank you for the Prime there. Fluff says, thank you for the science and the fun. Thanks for making that science and fun possible with your support. I really appreciate it. Yeah. And, there you go, Golganek. Very nice. Paleostream says, Manipulonics, some of the weirdest hands ever. Oh. Well. Paleostream, Josh, it's good to see you. Hope you had an excellent set of holidays there. And, well, that is bonkers. Manipulonics, a new Alvarezsaur with really fascinating hands. The condition of the fingers isn't that unusual for the clade, but the osteoderms on the hand are new. What is up with these? So this is digit 1, which is the thumb. So most Alvarezsaurs have got a hypertrophy digit 1 like that. I think basically everybody after Haplokyrus has that. Here's kind of a... I really like this illustration by Peter Schouten. It's almost a caricature, but it shows what these animals often look like. This is Mononychus from Mongolia. It's very similar to Trirarchuncus, which is the Alvarezsaur that I'm one of the authors on for the original descriptive paper in 2020. But, wild. So these are not digits, they're not claws, but they're osteoderms? Bonkers. Incredibly strange. What in the world? And it lived in the Namek. Interesting, Dr. Tara. My first question with all of these, like, you know, we've got so many different dinosaurs from the Namek and the Jujutsu Formation. How many of them are actually synonymous, you know? Either members of the same lineage or stratigraphically separated only, or maybe they're only different ontogenetic stages. I've not read the paper yet. I need to take a look at that. But it makes me wonder, did Mononicus and Shuvuia also have similar things going on here? Because that's soft tissue there. So yeah, and there you go, Casey says, I wonder if those exist on other alvarezsaurs, but we don't have a record of them yet. Actually, these would be osteoderms, so it's not really like soft tissue. There would be
Rampaging
bone underneath.
in an unsuspecting world. Living
And what is
creatures
this?
from the dawn of time.
Crack eggs.
What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Crack eggs. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's so good to have you here. Looks like you might be usually streaming in French. So, here. Excuse me just a minute here, Mini Pie, and then I'll get back to you. Translate to Français. And thank you, Tatsu80 for the 5 gift subs there. Washing away the subs for 5 lucky mammals. Really appreciate that, Tatsu. Yeah. And thank you. There we are.
Salutations, Raider, et merci à Crack Eggs pour le raid.
Thank you, Tatsu. Holy cow.
Je m'appelle Dani Anduza et je suis paléontologue spécialiste des dinosaures.
That's actually a pretty good translation. You didn't just say, I'm a dinosaur. Je suis dinosaure. No. Je suis paléontologue, spécialiste des dinosaures. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, Crack Eggs. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Thanks for being here. Quarrel says he is a dinosaur, though. Don't let him think. Shh, don't tell anybody. It's our secret.
Some of
And
these
Bet
strange
Medler.
beasts were protected by massive plates of bony armor.
Thank you, Bet Medler, for the 40 months of support. Here, we've got to pay our landlord here before she wreaks more havoc on the stream. What do we got here? What's this? What could this be? Well, look at those. My goodness. And I would love the Manipulonics paper Paleostream if you wouldn't mind. We'll take a look at that ASAP. Thank you for the offer, Josh. I really appreciate that. Yeah. What do you think, Mini Pie? It's been a little while since you've gotten any treats like that. Glad you're crunching them up. Good old dental treats. Yeah. Son of a Blue Sky? Awesome. Thank you. Josh, I really appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Claire. Hey, appreciate that, Claire. Sorry, things have been busy, as you can imagine. Got home like 4 or 5 o'clock yesterday from Monterey, but our stream with Scott Benson, I think, was a big success. So I'm really happy about that. Oh, I'll see you later, Minnie. All right. Excellent. Anywho, how many new folks do we have here from Crack Eggs? I think I should probably play this one more quick time. Just to introduce the new folks, it's less than a
My name
minute.
is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers.
And Niffler, thank you so much for the 100 bits there. We've got a hype train going here. Beautiful. We've got about a minute to try and get to a, what, level 2? Excellent. Thank you, Niffler. And that should say beakers, not beers.
Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats.
Hey, Matt Ostrom, how are
What
you
we're doing out here is science, too.
Oh,
We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists.
The wingspan of this flying monster would have
Canyon
been
Arrow
about
Boy.
15.5 meters.
Very appropriate for 15 months of support there with your prime. Really appreciate that, Canyon Arrow Boy. Thank you. Yeah, audience Q&A. 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. And what is this? Nary, thank you so much for the 5 months there. Hey, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Look at all those chickens. They
It's
seem like they're
squashed
having a good
completely
time.
flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as
Chaotic Kitten.
the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yep. Thank you, Chaotic Kitten, for...
Dir.
It didn't show up in the activity feed. Interesting.
Limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. That's what I'm all about.
A dirter.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, if you're still listening, Yash, did you see Matt Ostrom there in the chat? That name?
Dirter.
Ostrom? That's not a coincidence. I'm not going to say no relation. Matt Ostrom, whom I have met in person in St. George, Utah, earlier this year. He is the nephew of not Rudolf Zalander, but of course I remember you, Matt.
Here's the old picture of dinosaurs. Pea-brained giants lumbering through lush tropical foliage, gorging themselves on leaves and grass. For years, the stereotype was magnificently represented by this mural.
Thank you, Golganak, for gifting matters from. I appreciate that, Golganak. Thank you.
Since the 40s, when it was painted, a number of discoveries have been made, and new ideas have been thrown into the debate.
John Ostrom here.
And perhaps one of the most important discoveries was made by me.
I love that clip.
It was 1964. John Ostrom recalls that he had been digging for months in Low County, Montana, and not finding very much. Time had run out. His crew had packed up their equipment and were heading for their cars.
You know, we've been looking for 5 years before we found anything as exciting as this.
Close to where the cars were parked, Ostrom noticed something in the rock. Since his tools were already stowed away, he began to scrape the dirt with his fingernails. This is what he saw first.
Deinonychus.
Startling. I couldn't believe what I was looking at.
So, anyway, this helped kick off what we sometimes call the dinosaur renaissance, which is a resurgence in both scientific and public interest in dinosaurs in the latter part of the 20th century. So, John Ostrom published Deinonychus in 1969, and this helped to show that dinosaurs, many of them were active, fast-moving, probably intelligent animals with complex behaviors. They may have been warm-blooded, very close to birds for some of them, like the theropods. It helped change the way that we look at dinosaurs, and it was a big deal. So anyway, really cool to have the nephew of John Ostrom right here in the chat. So Yeah, appreciate you, Matt Ostrom. It's good to have you here. And Niffler, thank you for the 29 months of support there. Niffler says, another fun-filled month of interviews, celebrations, holidays, dinosaur trivia, new dinosaur reviews, and a comfortable community vibe. Appreciate the kind words. Holy cow. Thank you once again to Annie for continuing to raise the bar on what science communication can and should be. I don't know what to say, Niffler. I'm flattered. 2025 has been groundbreaking literally and figuratively. We did some overburden. We broke some ground for sure. Here's to even more in 2026. It's going to be great, Niffler. We've got big, exciting things coming up.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Mudman, for the 100 bits there. Appreciate that. We've got about 30 seconds left to try and get to a level 3 hype train here. Excellent. Thank you, Mudman. Yeah. And you have Dominic the Deinonychus published now. Oh, very cool, Manostrom. Yeah, if you've got a link, you could go ahead and put it in the chat there, I think. Yeah. Lilith Hobo says, any chance a creature like Tricerberus roamed the Earth at some point? What, a ceratopsian with 3 different genera of heads on it? Not likely, Lilith Hobo. I'm actually not aware of any animals ever born with 3 heads, but, you know. Occasionally, you have animals born with 2 heads. Like this cryptodire turtle right here. Some kind of pond turtle. Could be a spider or something. It does happen. Yeah. And turtles are not that distant from, oh boy, 2-headed sea turtle. I didn't know this happened. Wow. This does sometimes occur. And if it can happen in an archelosaur, a turtle...
Hey, there's a thought. You could hire a dinosaur to put a swimming pool in your backyard. All you'd have to do is show up for 5 minutes, whop, instant swimming pool.
Bozeman 18, thank you so much for the 13 months of support. Thank you very much for the prime there, Bozeman. Appreciate that. Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that sort of thing does happen. Usually these animals don't survive in the wild. Take a look at this. Meet Janus. Or it could be Janus. Named after the famous 2-faced Roman god, Janus. Okay. This 2-headed tortoise is celebrating its 25th birthday. Wow. Older than most of chat. He has everything duplicated. He only shares the large and small intestines. Interesting. The bladder and the kidney. Otherwise, everything is duplicated. The right head controls the right side, front, back legs. Left side controls the front and back left legs. Huh. World's oldest 2-headed tortoise. Very cool. What I've noticed is the right head is more curious, more awake, much stronger personality. Left head is more passive. And is very greedy. Well. Interesting. I put music on every morning to wake him up. I call him, I pet him. I try to stimulate his shell, because he feels something here. The spine is right here in the middle. Yep, that's how a turtle carapace works. Very cool. So it's because this turtle has lived in captivity that it's survived for as long as it has. In the wild, a turtle like that would not have much of a chance. So, not a very high likelihood that.
Dig up dinosaurs?
Dyson Dinosaur.
Wow.
Trying to.
Filippo, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. How are you? Good to have you here, and happy early New Year to you, Filippo. If anybody's not yet following Dyson Dinosaur, you are missing out. Another paleontologist here on Twitch who also does science outreach. On the weekends, he does English language paleontology streams. Check him out. He also does tabletop gaming. That's the name Dice and Dinosaur. Good to have you here, Philippe. Again, I hope you had a really good broadcast. Welcome, welcome. And Filippo says, can't finish 2025 without giving you one last raid. Happy New Year. Same to you, Dyson Dinosaur. Holy cow. I appreciate all your support over the past year, and may 2026 be the best year yet for both of us. Cheers. And, oh, thank you, Yash, for this. Oh, by the way, here's a link to this if anybody would like to engage with this post. Everybody know that we're live. And any plans for tomorrow evening, says Dyson Dinosaur? I'm going to be streaming. We're going to have a Paleontologizing New Year's Eve stream. And I think we'll probably be talking about... And thank you, Mudman, for the 200 bits there. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah, as is our tradition, we will be celebrating New Year's by talking about this storied event, the famed dinner in the Iguanodon. We'll be talking about the Crystal Palace Park dinosaurs, their impact on the public's perception of extinct animals, how this helped kickstart an ongoing era of dinosaur mania. Continues through today. We'll be talking about this. So tune in for that. That sounds interesting. Tomorrow. And hey, Sketchy Tracks. Hello, hello. Happy New Year to you, too. Well, it's still New Year's Eve where you are, Sketchy Tracks. Like it is for us. Well, not New Year's Eve yet. But yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Your Paleo stream, Yash sent me this. Thank you so much. Brilliant. Fantastic. We've got a brand new dinosaur to discuss, a new Alvarezsaur. So a critter related to this one here, Mononychus. Before we get into the paper, here, I should play you a quick clip. There we go. So this is a clip from Prehistoric Planet. Recent docu-series trying to show dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous in their natural habitats, exhibiting natural behaviors, all that good stuff. So like kind of your classic nature documentary, but with extinct animals brought back to life through computer graphics and all of that. I really like their depiction of Mononychus here. This is the same kind of dinosaur, the same family as our new critter we're going to be talking about in just a sec. Honesty Lie says, how did they get the video for this, though? Well, I can show you. It's CG. Computer graphics. And I'll answer your question in a second, Chaotic Kitten. behind-the-scenes featurette from New Scientist magazine.
This is prehistoric planet.
Hey, Dormir Bell. Howdy, howdy. So I love that they're...
And paleontology has always gone hand in hand. And paleoart has inspired, but the science, the hard science, has educated.
So I love that they really start off with what we know about these animals. So here you've got skeletons. We have the skeletal evidence for these animals. For Tyrannosaurus, we know what every bone in the body looks like for this animal. Tyrannosaurus is one of the best studied of all dinosaurs, so we've got a really strong foundation for how to reconstruct it. Yeah. I thought they always filmed on that Dino Island place. Very funny, honesty lies. Anyway, let's skip to Mononychus here. There's Darren Naish talking about these critters. And here we go.
Us to move, and animators move the puppet around.
It's honestly a lot like playing with toys, like just like when you're a kid, just like, rah, it's gonna go over here. Like, it feels like that. So this is a scene from the desert bloom sequence with Mononychus. It's a very highly specialized dinosaur. We know
Alvarezsaurs are
it
in general.
in the desert and likes to hunt insects. And it has these little stubby little claws, and with claws that are about 7.5 centimeters long. They're similar to like a pangolin or like an anteater, where they will use them to dig into a termite mound. We really just try and filter in what we can see from.
So I love this. They give it a very barn owl-like face. So this is guesswork, We don't really know the coloration of this animal. We've got a decent idea that they were covered with feathers. But apart from that, you have to try and think about this animal's ecology. What is it doing in its ecosystem? What is its job? And if it's detecting things like, say, termites in a rotting log, how is it finding them? How does it detect them? Maybe it's by hearing. Animals like barn owls have superb hearing. They have these big facial discs like this. It's like a satellite dish, but for picking up sound. So the sound waves come over, and then that sort of the dish shapes around its eyes help funnel the sound to its ears so it can hear that much better. That was their inspiration for designing this critter, because you've got to put skin and feathers on it. What kind of skin and feathers do you choose? Well, this makes a lot of sense. We don't know that it looked like this, but it makes it all that much more believable. And it's an interesting hypothesis that you could go and test,
Birds into this. I came across a golden pheasant, which was very spurty. It would run quickly and then stop and then cock its head and then run again. And so I felt like, this kind of felt like this very long-legged dinosaur with these strange head gestures. So I really wanted to push that character for this dinosaur. So here's the scene where we've got the log brought in along with the Mononychus, and so I will be grabbing these controls and moving this guy along, grabbing the foot and taking a step or doing a jump, and we will refine this and show this to Dr. Darren Naish to see if we're following the science. Does this make sense for the anatomical structure of a Mononychus? Once we've gotten the
So I love this, that they really start with the science. Every story beat, every creature design, every creative choice that they're making has to be based on the real science. In order for it to be believable and compelling, in order for it to, be as honest as they can be. It's super cool.
Well, folks, that's how dinosaurs are. Unpredictable.
And Sammy Keene, thank you so much for the 25 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Animation to a point that we're happy with. Then we send it to lighting department and the groom department, and they'll light the scene. Fur gets put on the dinosaur.
Feathers, she means, yeah.
And they will, compositing will make that dinosaur fit in the environment.
Very cool.
They are extraordinary animals with.
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video right here. Not prepared for a lesson on rigging. Maybe we'll do that in the next year, RB42, as I continue learning how to use Blender and everything. But for now, you're welcome, Honesty Lies. Here we go. Shing! So that's the business end of the animal, that claw right there. Yeah. And Seku-sama says it's like an AI. It's not. No. This is all science and human artistry here. It's not some, like, AI slop garbage generator. This is hard work. This is human craftsmanship. That's what's so remarkable about it. It's not some, you know, dog water that some computer spills out. This is... It's artistry and science intertwined. It's a truly beautiful thing, you know? Oh, I, the lemur. Oh, gotcha. You mean this animal? A-Y-E. Yeah, so they have got that super long finger that they use to pull insects and other invertebrates out of crevices in trees and stuff like that. Yeah, they also use it to, Here. They also use it for this. Picking their own nose. I think they could probably, like, reach their brain. It's so long. That's the finger right there. That's going into the nostril. Just nuts, you know? Yeah. I was not ready. Sorry, Casey. Yeah, they're so bizarre. And that's a creature that's actually related to us. I believe they're part of Uarkanta, so they're part of the group that includes primates like us. Just really wild. Yeah. Let's look them up real quick. Eyes. There we go. Yeah. Very handy if you have an itchy brain. There you go, Freaky Feline, yeah. I won't judge, you know? There we go. They are endangered, but they are... Oh, I guess they're a kind of lemur. I didn't realize that. They are the earliest branching, so to use old terminology, the most primitive of the lemurs. They're the first one to branch off from the rest of them. Something like 50 million years ago. Holy cow. During the Eocene. Pretty neat. Honesty Life says, what is this branch thing? So this is the Tree of Life at onezoom.org. This shows you how we classify living things as scientists. It's meant to show you how living things are related to one another. So as far as we know, all life on Earth evolved from one single common ancestor about 3.5, maybe close to 4 billion years ago. So all life on Earth is related. You can look up just about any living organism, or even a small smattering of extinct ones on this tree. Look up, for instance, humans, Homo sapiens. There we go. Yeah, there's us right there. And my brother Mark studies the Tree of Life. That's super cool, man, Ostrom. Yeah. Yeah, well, your uncle did too. John Ostrom. There's us. So, what we can do is... using this tool, we can find where humans and eyes diverged. So humans are here on the red part, and then this one goes to eyes there. So the last time we shared a common ancestor was about 65 million years ago.
It was like you go to the shoe store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It was pretty sick.
That is pretty sick, Randy. Io, thank you for the 64 months of support. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Dormir Bell says, we're all connected, but then how am I supposed to feel superior about being a human? I don't know, I guess you could make up some kind of prejudice or something like that. A lot of folks seem to do that. I don't know. I think that's foolishness, but a lot of people do it. I appreciate you, Dormir Bell. I really do. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so, both humans and eyes shared a common ancestor. So we both came from the same species about 65 million years ago. And that critter would have looked something like this. A little Purgatorius here. One of the earliest primates or stem primates that we have. In fact, here is a piece of artwork by our very own Paleostream, Joshua Knupe. Can we get another shout out for Paleostream? There's one screaming in terror from a theropod dinosaur there. Good stuff. So anyway, yeah, the first primate didn't really look very primate-y. It looked more like a little kind of squirrely guy, maybe. But it makes sense, you know? Anywho. Your cat at 3 a.m. There you go. And did they glow? That's the real question. It's hard to say, Claire. It's a difficult one to test. Anyway, back to our Alvarezsaur here. So like the eye, these guys may have also been insect eaters. And they may have also eaten mammals. So that giant claw, this whole apparatus is going to be really important as we look at this new paper. And hey, Belent, how are you doing, Science Streams? Howdy, howdy. Hope you're having a good day so far. And Lottie Finchie, we haven't done Metazoa yet. We will in a little bit. Good stuff. Prehistoric Planet. Here's a link to that video too. So this is the group of dinosaurs we're talking about right now, because we've got a brand new one. A new kind of Alvarezsaur. The really short arms, the one big claw. But Manipulonyx is the new name, which means, I guess, like manipulating claw? Forelimb structure and function of a new late Cretaceous Parvicursorine theropod dinosaur from Mongolia. So Parvicursorines, I think that's the larger clade that Alvarezsaurids are part of. Or no, it's a subclade of Alvarezsaurids.
This is a modern pueblo created by
Anyway, very cool. Oh, and Andrea Tuchin is one of the authors. Super neat. Paleo artist then.
Since Eniwetok is a distant and primitive area.
Pretty neat. So we've got a fragmentary skeleton from the Gobi Desert of Mongolia in a Megd formation. A new taxon differs from other Parvicursorines in a unique combination of characters. The skeleton of Manipulonyx preserves an articulated and complete forelimb, including rudimentary side fingers and a complete series of proximal carpals. So the ulnary, so we've got ulna, ulna's this bone here, intermedium and radiale. Nice. Proximal carpals were previously unknown for Parvicursoridae. So now we, out of this entire group of theropod dinosaurs, we were missing some of the bones in the hand. We don't know what they look like in any member of this family. Now we have those from one, which is really cool. We hypothesized that Parvicursorides were egg-eating animals, and that they used these spikes, covered by a keratinous sheath, as well as rudimentary side fingers, to fix the foreling on the round and elusive egg surface. Whoa. After such fixation, the eggshell was punctured by the hypertrophied manual claw. This interpretation is supported by a number of morphological traits of the Parvicursorine forelimb discussed in the paper, including the hypertrophied deltopectoral crest of the humerus, keeled sternum, and a large ectepicondyle of the humerus, hypertrophied olecranon of the ulna, and lacks the flexor tubercle and the main manual ungulal phalanx. Very cool. Holy moly. Here it is in Russian, too. Cyrillic. It's right there. Super, super cool. Yeah. Interesting. And interesting, so they mentioned Trurarchuncus in the comments. Trurarchuncus, from the Hell Creek, was not included in the phylogenetic analysis of Kubo et al. 2023, but was recovered as a Parvicursorine by Fowler et al. Manipulonyx differs from Trurarchuncus in the short and proximally wide ventral sulcus of manual phalanx 2-2. Cool, so they are saying it is different from our Alvarezsaur from Montana. Very cool. So could this be the first specialized egg-eating dinosaur that actually ate eggs? Unlike Oviraptor. Huh. Very, very cool. Check out that big ungule right there. So this is the claw, and you can see that big blood groove in the claw right there. Really neat. And such short ulna and radius. That's nuts. So this is radius and ulna. These two bones right here that we have in our upper arm. On these guys, they're so incredibly short and stout. Like, it's almost wider than it is long. That's so crazy. And they look like they're fused. So your radius and ulna fused together. Bonkers. Yeah. Super, they are fused, look at that. So here they've actually scanned them, and then they can kind of like, let's do a digital illustration using the scans here. It's simpler to look at than a photograph. Yeah. This looks just like the big claw that we have for Trurarchuncus. Nuts. Alright, and here's those weird things there. Bonkers. Very, very cool. That is super neat. So these are the spikes right there. They're so small that you can almost see the little like topo lines, like on a 3D print. It's so small that it's like, it's testing it's at the limits of the resolution of the scanner, it looks like. Wild. So yeah, there's a diagram of the hand. So this is the thumb. This is the pointer finger here. Wait. No, hang on, what? 2-2? Is this digit 2 then? Is that what they're saying? Does that mean that if this is consistent with other Alvarezsaurs, then it's not the thumb claw, it would be the pointer finger. The index finger would be the big claw. That's news to me. Nuts. Is that a mistake, or am I reading this wrong? 2. Weird. Sekusama says, what is the lateral spike for? Well, here in this paper, they're interpreting it as an implement for, like, holding an egg in place so they can crack it open, I guess. Aiken says, I always thought it was the pointer finger. I've always been told it's the thumb. Interesting. So yeah, they're showing here, so this oval right here is supposed to be an egg in cross-section. And so the idea is that they can puncture an egg using the claws like that. So basically these spikes are like a brace to kind of hold the egg in place, but also give just enough space in between where they can bring those big claws to bear. Almost like they lock it in place like that, and then around the sides, whoomp, there come the big claws. Very cool. Holy cow. And this would mean that the other digits right here, digits, I guess, 3 and 4, would also have had some use in helping secure the egg in place during this. Just bonkers. Wow. Very cool. Huh. I can't wait to read this cover to cover because it's, yeah, it's been kind of the assumption for a while now that these guys were what we call hook and pull diggers. So they would use the really short, powerful forelimbs for hooking into a substrate and then pulling in order to break it up and be able to dig. We also see that to a certain extent with critters like silky anteaters. These guys have got very similar claws, very short arms, and the assumption has been, well, yeah, their alvarezsaurs are probably working like these guys, using their short, powerful arms with one big claw to rip open termite nests, maybe mammal burrows, stuff like that. But interesting, that might not be the case. Tuning back in, do not take the egg-eating idea too seriously, says Paleostream. I mean, it's off the wall. It's the first I've ever heard of this idea, that the claws were used for cracking open eggs. And I'm excited to see what their argument is. Okay, this sounds a little Just So story-ish. The above discussed and other morpho-functional traits of Parvocursoriinae allow us to assume that these animals were nocturnal hunters of dinosaur eggs, and they specialized in feeding on eggs. These animals had binocular vision and specialized hearing acuity, which indicates their nocturnal lifestyle. Okay, interesting. I mean, you can use acute hearing for a lot of things. Same with acute vision. Apparently, they hunted when other dinosaurs were less active, and this is very speculative. They would find a clutch of eggs, grab one egg with the specialized forelimbs, and quickly run away. So the idea is that they're picking up the egg and running with it? I've said this for years as a joke, that alvarezsaurs were specialized for stealing pumpkins. Just because I thought it was funny, you know? You got these super short arms with these big claws. You bend down, you pick up the pumpkin with that, you hold it close to your chest, and then you use those ridiculously long, stilty legs for running away with the pumpkin, so you can eat it in peace. Of course, there were no pumpkins back then. This is all a joke, you know? But I found it to be an amusing idea, but they're saying that these guys actually did this, but with eggs. That's... I wonder how you go about testing that, you know? I wonder if there's a certain isotopic signature that, ovophagy, egg eating, would leave in their skeleton or something. I wonder if there's some chemical signal that would point to egg eating that you could look for. The adaptation to fast running on their hind limbs definitely indicates the presence of parental care in the dinosaurs whose eggs they stole. What? Okay. Again, they've got a story here and they're running with it, but... Having reached a secluded place, parvicursorines loosened their forelimbs. The egg fell and broke on the ground. In cases where they were unlucky and were caught by angry parents, they died along with the stolen egg. This explains the associated finds of parvicursorine skeletons with dinosaur eggshell fragments. I mean, you have dinosaur eggshell fragments found all over the place in the Namek. It's very common. Something about the depositional environment, I think, was really conducive to preserving eggs. And also the coloration of the eggshell, the fact that it's like bright white against the matrix, against the reddish color of the strata. It makes the eggshell really easy to find. I think especially in the Namek formation. So yeah, huh. To effectively grasp the egg with the forelimbs, parvicursorines had to be close to the size of the egg. I'm sorry, what? I don't know. I really wonder about this. But here's a really, really important line. Last one of the paper before the acknowledgements. Our hypothesis of ovovivorous parvicursorines, so egg-eating alvarezsaurs, can be tested by independent data, the discovery of dinosaur eggshell fragments with characteristic punctures. So they're saying, well, if our idea is correct, you should be finding eggshell with punctures in it that match the claws on these guys. And I don't know if that's been found. But again, that's saying a positive evidence would confirm our hypothesis or help strengthen it. They're not offering like a way to falsify it. It's almost like they're going about that backwards. That's interesting. Yeah. So they found eggs that seem to have matching piercings? Not yet, Squiggles. We do not have that. We don't have that. So yeah. And Dr. Terra says, would the hand osteoderms be used also for behavior-aggressive stuff, like the Falkland streamer ducks using their bone spurs for challenges? I wonder if it's more like on a silky anteater, how they have these big pads. These are a weird example because they're arboreal, and they're using their forelimbs for climbing. So with their hand there, they've got this big fleshy pad. Because when these animals are moving through the trees, they're doing so quadrupedally. So they have to use their arms not just for opening up insect nests, but also for grasping tree branches. Alvarezsaurs wouldn't need to do that. But maybe this big weird fleshy pad right here corresponds to the keratinous projections. These osteoderms that would have been covered in keratin in the new Alvarezsaur. Yeah. And for some isotope studies since Paleontology. Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting. I do love that the authors seem to have scanned all of these elements. So I guess we do actually have... There are digital files that presumably could be made available to another researcher. So if somebody wants to test these hypotheses, they could request those files and rig it up in a computer like we saw in the video, and and see if this sort of thing actually works. You know? Yeah. And Team Rocket, thank you for the Prime sub there. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Let's protect
good
our fossils.
stuff.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
That's a first-time sub, isn't it? Thank you, Team Rocket, for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Interesting. And Follow Bird. Look at those chickens. What a big chicken. Follow Bird, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, I'll show you a video of the silky anteater so you can get a sense for what these animals are like. This is a little goofy, but it's a goofy animal, so I think it's fitting.
Man, monkey's got it made. A prehensile tail? I want me one of those. Someone tell that monkey I want a prehensile tail too.
Or don't, cuz
that's no monkey.
It's not a monkey.
Not even a primate.
Nope.
It's the silky anteater.
So, not closely related to primates at all. Here, there's our primates there. Let's go to the silky anteater, Cyclopes didactylus, which is way over here. Anteaters are a kind of xenarthran. So, anteaters and sloths are closely related, as well as armadillos. So there's your pygmy anteater, aka silky anteater, Cyclopes didactylus.
The most adorable of its insect-eating kind. If it looks baked or sleepy to you, that's because it is. Sleepy, I mean. The silky anteater is a nocturnal hunter, so it's a bit out of sorts here in the daylight. But at night, it makes its way through the trees hunting for
they walk
cheetahs.
on all fours.
I jest, of course. It's ants. Using those big claws, it rips open bark to get at the colony within, snatching up the ants with its long, sticky tongue. The silky anteater is careful to move along quickly, so the ants don't have a chance to overwhelm it with bites and stings. It only manages to snatch 1% of the ants in a colony.
Seiko Sama says the hind legs remind me of a chameleon. They do have a similar kind of thing going on, where they've got digit 1, the big toe, splays out to the side, and the other ones are on the outer side like that.
Using those big claws,
it is very much like a chameleon in that sense. Good noticing there, Seiko Sama.
Rips open bark to... The silky anteater is careful to move along quickly, so the ants don't have a chance to overwhelm it with bites and stings. It only manages to snatch 1% of the ants in a colony.
Yeah, so Sketchy Track says, I have an ant problem. Can I make them a pet? They'll eat about 1% of your ants, and then... Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a good solution to me.
The silky anteater has its own predators to worry about as well. Enter the harpy eagle.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps the world's most formidable raptor, with talons 5 inches long and a wingspan of 6.5 feet.
I don't think their talons are actually 5 inches long. That's one of those things that you hear again and again, and it sounds like an exaggeration. You know? Casey says, oh man, I do love harpies, though. Me too. They're so cool. Harpy eagle eating monkey. So they do catch and eat monkeys. Yowza. Here's one going after a howler monkey, it looks like. Harpy eagle, claws, scale bar. Darn, maybe they are 5 inches long. Huh. I don't know. They're definitely big, but I don't know if they're 5 inches big. That looks like a golden eagle, not a harpy eagle. Also on Reddit. You always have to be suspicious of Reddit. Always check your sources, because this does not look like a harpy eagle at all. Anyway, the point is they do have big claws, even if they're not 5 inches. I think they do have sexual dimorphism in terms of size too, so I bet you the females are way bigger than the males. With birds of prey that catch large prey, that's typically the case. Like, the larger the prey, the bigger the disparity is between male and female size, as I understand it. So, like, golden eagles, big difference. If you have something like a snail kite, it's a bird of prey, I think they're roughly the same size. I think they're pretty similar in size. Anyway, I think there is like that's a real phenomenon there, where like the bigger the prey items, the larger the females tend to be with regard to the males. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. Excuse me. Anyway, really cool. We'll finish the silky anteater video.
It can snatch an anteater right out of a tree, no problem. Which is why the silky limits its movements to the evening hours. So stay safe, little one, and maybe consider some Visine.
I'll give you a link to that video, by the way, if you were curious to see it. Iken says, always be suspicious of Reddit. I always am, yeah. And Kiana Kitten says, my friend brought this up. Is it true that Tyrannosaurus was possibly a scavenger because of their mass weight and inability to use their short arms effectively to hunt properly? That's been an idea that my old boss, Jack Horner, put forward a long time ago in, like, popular media. I don't think he's ever actually published a paper on it. And in conversations with Jack, it kind of seems like he's almost trolling with that idea. Let's see if I can find you a documentary on this. Because again, in popular media, Jack talked about this a lot. Let's see if I can find this in the transcript.
Fast enough, big enough, powerful enough to catch and consume any prey. But one paleontologist dares to suggest T-Rex was not a killer, but a scavenger, a giant marauding vulture.
There's a controversy right now, of which I seem to be to be one side of, and almost everyone else in paleontology seems to be at the other side of. And this has to do with Tyrannosaurus rex being a predator or a scavenger. A predator, we have to remember, is actually a hunter, and a scavenger is the kind of animal that only eats dead things. We look down upon scavenging. Tyrannosaurus rex, we hate to think about Tyrannosaurus rex as a scavenger.
And Jack has a really good point about this. People get furious over this idea. They're like, what? T-Rex couldn't possibly be a scavenger because it's the king of the dinosaurs. Here in this documentary, which is a public-facing thing, Jack is making the point that, like, hey, in science, we test ideas scientifically. We look at evidence. It's about what the evidence shows. It's not about what we want to be true. It's not about what we would prefer. We want to know how nature really works. And so my impression, not to put words in Jack's mouth or anything, my impression is that when he went on all these documentaries and put forth the idea of Tyrannosaurus as a scavenger, he's just trying to get people to think about things in a more scientific way, Tyrannosaurus is one of these dinosaurs that is, despite its size, larger than life in the public imagination. And it has been since the 1920s, you know? Case in point, this poster from 1925 for the film The Lost World, despite its 5 fingers there? What? 5 fingers, I guess. Tyrannosaurus only has 2. This is supposed to be a Tyrannosaurus. Just obliterating a streetcar underfoot there. All these people fleeing from it. They're not really this big. It is larger than life. I show this to make the point that for a lot of people, T-Rex is... it's more of a legend or a fictional character than it is a real animal that really lived. As paleontologists, we look at this as a real animal that really lived. We excavate its fossils, we study them. I'm much more interested in Tyrannosaurus as a once-living organism than I am as some sort of pop culture character. That's interesting too, don't get me wrong. This is interesting and fun, but I want to know what this animal was really like. And I kind of feel like that's what Jack is doing here, you know?
We'd rather think of it as a predator. Its name, the tyrant lizard king. You can't have a king that's a scavenger. A hunter should have big eyes. It should have good eyesight. And if we look at the brain case, or if we look at a T-Rex, the biggest lobe of the brain, the actual big openings in the brain, are for the sense of smell.
Yep, the olfactory bulbs there. So anyway, I'll give you this link if you'd like to watch the whole thing, Chaotic Kitten, because this is a nice little kind of introduction to that whole idea, 1996. But the general consensus is that this animal would have scavenged and hunted, you know? We have some evidence that Tyrannosaurus was an active hunter in the sense that there are a few healed injuries on, I think, mostly duck-billed dinosaurs, Edmontosaurus, that show that they may have been bitten by Tyrannosaurus and lived to tell the tale. Tell the tale, figuratively speaking. But yeah, I don't know. Jack is, I think, trying to make the point that we have to think of these as real living animals rather than as a pop culture character. And I agree with him on that. And if he's got to do that by kind of trolling a little bit, fine, you know? Whatever you got to do to get people to think about this question in a more scientific way, especially in like a popular documentary. Here's space. What I think is funny too is, you know the phrase scavenger hunt? Is that an oxymoron? Scavenger hunt? Is scavenger hunt an oxymoron? Anyway. And Claire says, do we have any tetrapods that scavenge exclusively today? Maybe vultures, I guess, but... Claire, not even vultures. Because what is an animal that vultures will actively hunt? guesses. It's not the most fun for me to talk about, but Charlie's Dragon got it. Yeah.
What you're doing?
Yeah, so vultures will actively hunt certain animals like baby sea turtles. Yeah, including baby leatherbacks, Claire. It's a big issue in certain parts of the world. Let's see. What's going on here, huh? Yeah, here. So here are river turtles, but vultures will eat baby sea turtles too. These are trionychids, right? Soft-shell turtles? Which is a misnomer, because soft-shell turtles do not have soft shells. They have a like full-on bony shell. Yeah. And we can talk about that another time. Yeah. Anywho, vultures. Yep. So they're eating the eggs here, but they'll also eat the babies after they hatch. I don't need to show you that. Just take my word for it. Or look it up yourself if you're curious. But, so yeah. It's difficult nowadays to find an animal that is exclusively a scavenger. So again, I don't think Jack really meant that earnestly and sincerely, that Tyrannosaurus was possibly an obligate scavenger. He was mostly saying that just to get people to think about this in a different way. Having worked under Jack and had a bunch of conversations with him, that's kind of the impression that I get, is it's almost a Socratic method of teaching that he would do. You ask him a question and he asks you a question right back. Kind of challenge your mind a little bit, you know? I don't know if he would admit to that, but that like the Tyrannosaurus as a scavenger thing was kind of a trolling idea. But that, knowing what I know about Jack, I think that's kind of the idea. Yeah. Getting people, telling people how to think, or teaching people how to think, not what to think. There you go, Cat. Kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Brownibus, you were correct about that. Yeah. Grackles and all other birds are indeed living dinosaurs. Including those vultures. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Let me look at my agenda for today because I got all sidetracked by this cool paper. Thank you again to PaleoStream for sending this.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy!
A dinosaur?
What? Miss Amy, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Shane says, are detritivores the only creatures that truly only eat dead creatures? No, there's certain kinds of bacteria and fungi and stuff like that that only eat dead things, I think. Notice how you said creature and not animal. So creature to me means just organisms, any living thing, which includes fungi and bacteria and plants and every other living thing. Yeah, that's why I like to use the word critter so much. It's less clunky than saying organism. But yeah, you meant animal. Okay, Shane. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. Detritivorous animals. Even many of them will eat living things as well. So I don't know, what's a detritivore? Something like a plecostomus, maybe? Yeah, one of these guys? My Auntie Kathy when I was growing up, she had one of these. We called it the algae eater.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Dr. Tara, thank you for the 100 bits there. And Dr. Tara, I have not heard that story. If you've got a link, I'd love to see that. Yeah. I think plecostomus will also eat living critters if given the chance. It's a whole... Oh, huh. Which is the one that... These are kind of catfish, I suppose. Huh. Distribution and habitat. Ecology. Here we go. They feed on a variety of foods such as algae, invertebrates, and detritus. So even they will eat living things as well. I'm having a difficult time trying to come up with an animal that only eats things that are already dead. And in the wild, you generally can't be picky. So yeah. When they get frisky, we had a big one who liked to jump out of the tank, says Claire. It's a dangerous thing to do. Huh. And surely there must be some insects that are purely scavengers, says Halation Effect. I mean, there probably are, but I'm not an entomologist. I would have difficulty coming up with one. Not an insect, but another kind of terrestrial arthropod is the isopod. Got pill bugs and sow bugs and things like that, and I think they mostly eat detritus. But if there's something small enough for them to be able to ingest, even if it's alive, they'll probably eat it. I wonder if something like those worms that eat whale bones, bone-eating worm, that might be an example of an animal that only eats dead stuff. Yeah. Bone worms, Claire, yeah. Oh, here, top result is from the Monterey Bay Aquarium there. Meet the bone-eating worm. Scientists working at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute in Bari in 2004 discovered 2 new species of unique tube worms that feed on the bones of dead whales. The bone-eating worms are in a new genus called Ossidax, which is Latin for bone devourer. So there's your answer. That's an animal that probably only eats dead stuff. Yeah. Huh. Good stuff. And Mayor Space makes a good point. I think animals don't care if things fit into categories. Nature is generally like that. We'll see whatever is easily available. Bingo. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And hagfish as well, says Alexander? Maybe. I don't know. I wonder if hagfish would eat living stuff if given the opportunity. Yeah. Anywho, let's do, oh, Hogan.
I can see that my...
Thank you for the 34 months there.
50,000 a year has been well spent.
At Tier 3, Hogan. Really appreciate that. Holy moly, Hogan. Thank you very much. Tier 3 is nothing to sneeze at. Thank you for the ongoing support, Hogan. Thanks for keeping these streams going. Tier 3 sub is, counts for a lot. Anyway, 34 months, it's almost a whole year, so says Hogan. Right. Before I forget, we should do Metazua. Here we go. We've got an hour left. Good. Glad we caught this before it's reset for the day. But this is our daily animal guessing game. We got to figure out what today's mystery animal is, using an evolutionary family tree to narrow it down. So without further ado,
hold on to your butts.
Let's start it. So for those of you who are new, the way that this works is we type in the name of an animal, trying to guess the mystery animal in as few guesses as possible. And this will show us the most exclusive evolutionary group that includes our guess and the mystery animal. So if you guess, if your guess is really close, it'll be a really small group. If your guess is nowhere close, it's going to be a huge group. As far as we know, all life on Earth comes from one single common ancestor. Here we go. Get rid of that primate stuff. So we can use this as kind of a little visual aid when we're trying to make our guesses. Stanley Mulder says fin whale. That's a good guess. I got to see a bunch of, I got to see some whales yesterday, actually. On the way back from Monterey, which was really cool. Oh, and addicted to capping, here, before we do our guess, addicted to capping has a question that's relevant to what we're doing here. I read an article the other day saying that we are closely related to octopus. Can you explain this a bit, please? That article was incorrect. At least, you'd have to be super generous to say that we're anywhere close to an octopus. So octopus are a kind of cephalopod. Here. They are animals, like we are, but they're not close on the animal family tree, really. There's humans right there. Our closest living relatives are the chimps and the bonobos, and then the gorillas, and after that the orangutans, and you go out further, get to the old world monkeys and apes, monkeys, apes, and tarsiers, primates. And you keep going out and out and out. In order to get to an octopus, you gotta go way, way, way out. They are gonna be way over there. Not close to people. So there's the long arm octopus. Here's us. We last shared a common ancestor quite a while ago. So about 560 million years ago, give or take, was the last common ancestor between octopus and humans. So, just by way of comparison, there are lots of other creatures that are more closely related to humans than octopus are. Heck, sea urchins are closer to people than octopus are. Sea stars are closer to humans than octopus are. And then, of course, you have the land slits, salps, sea squirts, lampreys. We're actually getting into vertebrates here. So all of these animals are way more closely related to humans than an octopus. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And hey, Lita, how are you doing? Hello, hello. This is a phenomenal little visual aid here for talking about how living things are related to one another. This is the single most important concept in all of biology. Is living things are related to one another through evolution. It's kind of frustrating to me as a paleontologist and as an evolutionary biologist that in American schools this sort of thing just isn't generally taught. There's a lot of people who have a big problem with this idea. The idea that all living things are related to each other. Some people hate this idea. And unfortunately, those are the people who are in charge of the federal government right now in the U.S. This is not like a conspiracy theory or something. This is like, they just kind of state it outright. They hate the idea of evolution. Even though it is how we get biodiversity. It's how we get all these life forms on our planet. This is important to bring up because it's one of the big reasons why I do these streams. It's why this channel exists, because this is such a weak spot in terms of people's education. Thank you, Murph, for gifting Alita 418. Really appreciate that. Yeah. So, we as paleontologists, we study the history of life on Earth through the fossil record. And through any other lines of evidence that we can find, too. We're concerned with trying to figure out, where did we come from? Where did all of the different organisms around us come from? How did these critters appear? We do that through studying the fossil record and also using things like DNA to compare against that in order to figure out this big family tree. That's what we do, you know? It is like the fundamental principle underpinning all of biology, and it's nuts that this sort of thing just isn't really well taught in most schools, especially in the United States, because a lot of people find this idea very threatening, you know? Here's a clip from a documentary about this big trial. There was a big court case in 2005, the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. And this is a phenomenal documentary about it, but I'll show you a quick little clip that kind of emphasizes why this is
characteristics of amphibians and primitive fish. It's a mix.
And Comrade Simon, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that, Comrade Simon. Thank you kindly for your support. That means a lot to me. It really does. And Lapa New Year, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Pujil says, learning in school. What a great concept. It's a long story, and I want to do some streams about this in the coming year with some of these folks that you'll see in this clip. But anyway, here's our branching tree of life, a lot like our one zoom tree of life. There's lots of different ways that you can portray this. It doesn't have to be like a fractal pattern thing like this. You know, it could be more of a branching diagram. You can make it literally look like a tree if you want to, as long as you're portraying the same information.
And just as evolutionary theory predicts, Tiktaalik suggests a tree of life, with one species giving rise to another over millions of years. The discovery of Tiktaalik was still being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
So this is the reenactment here. I like how they tried to get Kevin's wild hair in this with the actor, but here he is in real life.
Trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds. as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird. How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals.
Yep.
And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
Oh boy, and shoot, this was something that I found really frustrating yesterday. On my way back from Monterey, I stopped at here at the Seymour Marine Discovery Center, which is a really cool place. Highly recommend you go there if you're ever in Santa Cruz. They've got this big blue whale skeleton out front that they're currently working on restoring. They're fundraising for this. But anyway, I was talking to one of the volunteer docents there inside, and I asked her, like, what kind of cetacean skeleton is that's hanging from the ceiling? They had some sort of dolphin or porpoise skeleton. And I asked her, what is it? She didn't know. And she's like, well, are you into skeletons and stuff? I'm like, yeah, I'm a paleontologist, and, so I study evolution, that kind of thing. And she goes, oh, yeah. I'm always telling the visitors about how, about how whales actually evolved from dogs. And that's not right. We were talking about the pelvic elements there in the skeleton. There we go. So if you look at the skeleton of a dolphin, there'll be these little tiny bones right here that are the remnants of the hind limbs. So the ancestors of these animals lived on land, and they had hooves. So whales evolved from an animal like this. I know it looks like a dog, but telling people that it's a dog is misleading. And I was trying to explain this to this lady, and she's like, close enough. Like, at least you're talking about evolution, I guess. Because wolf-sized predator is such a cliche about Pakistan. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Anyway, I really wanted to, tell her about this, but she wasn't that interested, and it's wonderful that she's volunteering there, that she's passionate about this. I just wish she were that much, just a little bit more passionate, so she actually cared about being correct. At least she's talking about evolution, even if the details are completely wrong. But anyway, yeah, it's from an ancestor like this that, that you have whales evolving from over time. We have fossils of every one of these critters. The transition of whales from a land-living predatory animal into a fully oceanic marine animal, that's one of the best evolutionary transitions that we have from the fossil record. It's very complete, We've got a really decent idea of how this occurred. But anyway, here we go.
Ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into...
Shark Geek says that is absolutely fascinating. I think we'll talk about this at some point in the next few months. We'll talk about the evolution of whales, because it is really important, Yeah. And dogs are their own thing, says Lordy. Yeah, in here, I should show you on our Tree of Life. So whales are a kind of hoofed mammal. They're a kind of artiodactyl. So the closest living relative of whales is hippos, actually. And then you get things like pigs and deer and stuff like that. So toothed whales, baleen whales, aka great whales, mysticetes, and then you have cetacea, which is all the whales, including porpoises and dolphins and stuff. Their closest living relative is hippopotamuses. And together, whales and hippos form a clade that we call whippomorpha. For whales and hippos, whippomorpha. More fun. Anyway, so whales are related to things like giraffes, deer, bison, goats, all those guys. Pretty far, the dogs. Oh, that's cetacea. And we've got dogs. Canidae. And they are different branches. Whales did not come from dogs. Anyway. Piano Kitten says it's unfortunate that she was so close-minded to being corrected and learning more. I mean, she's a volunteer there. She's not getting paid. Like, that institution doesn't have the kind of budget where they can pay docents full-time, unfortunately. That's the way it is at most of these places. Most museums and aquaria and stuff like that. A lot of the people that you see there are volunteers. And some of them know more about the subject matter than others, you know? So it's just kind of how it goes.
And how surprisingly, whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
And addicted to capping? Yeah.
And
yeah, that's what we're talking about here.
book says we can't go from A to B. There are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between
here,
species,
but, you know,
resulting in a picture of gradual evolution, just as Darwin proposed.
So here's the part of the clip that I really wanted to show you right after this. This is the most fundamental idea in all of biology, and yet most people in the United States never learn this in school unless maybe they go to a university and they take a biology course. That's often the very first time that people are really hearing this idea. Even though it's the most fundamental idea in all of biology. It's the most important one. So you have very intelligent people. Very accomplished people, you know? Sometimes other scientists. I've met physicists who are completely in the dark about this. They've never heard of this idea. Like, well, I'm a physicist. I'm very smart. It's like, well, I'm sure you are, but somehow you managed to never hear about this. You get teachers and lawyers and philosophers and inventors and scientists even, and reporters. Might be very well-educated, very clever people. They've never heard about this, as Kevin Padian says here.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff. And how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
It's a huge influence. And again, this is one of the main reasons why I stream here on Twitch, you know? It's why I do this kind of educational science content. Why we do outreach like this, is that this is such a powerful idea. It's so fundamental to understanding the world around us. And so many people, even very well-educated people, they've never been exposed to this idea because it is actively kept out of school curricula by creationists and their allies. This is paleontologist Kevin Padian here. He's kind of a friend of mine. He lives here in the Bay Area, and I really want to bring him on for an interview at some point in the coming year to talk about this exact idea. I think that would be really cool. We actually have an emote in his honor. Can we have some of those? The Durder one? It's from something he said in an old paleontological documentary that we found very amusing. So, yeah. Durder. Yeah, there we go. Anyway.
Durder.
Common descent, evolution. It's important stuff. Brilliant documentary if you ever get a chance to watch it all the way through. We kind of missed this, the timing on this because of TwitchCon this year, but sometimes in the month of December, on the anniversary of the start of the trial, we watch this documentary, but highly recommend it. It's super, super good. There's a link in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, Charlie's Dragon. The U.S. is an interesting place in a lot of ways. We've got a lot of good things going for us here in the old U.S. of A. And a lot of things that are very backwards about this country, too. I don't know. I love my country, especially the natural environment, the wildlife, a lot of the people. But man, there are a lot of things that we should improve about this country. Holy cow. Oh boy. Anywho. Yeah. Backwards. There you go, Murph. Yeah. But yeah. And that's super cool, Kennedy. Yeah. A lot of people of the LDS faith, especially in Utah, are on board with the idea of evolution, you know? A lot of Mormons really love dinosaurs. Utah, which is a stronghold of LDS, is the world's best places for finding dinosaurs. So, anyway, yeah. And Aelita says, my creationist parents accidentally sent me to school that taught actual science. That's pretty lucky, actually. And holy cow, Farah Academy. How was your stream? It was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you, Farah Academy, for the raid. Really appreciate it. Good stuff. And you're right, Claire. Let's do Metazoa here. We are gonna run out of time, aren't we? If we don't get to this soon. Somebody suggested fin whale to start with. I like that. They don't have fin whale, but they do a blue whale. We'll start with a blue whale, which is the sister species to the fin whale. Start with that. And glad to be back on your Love Your channel. Thank you, Farah Academy. I appreciate you. We're doing our daily animal guessing game before it resets. Thank you, Urgle Wurgle. Holy cow, we're 25% of the way to our sub goal already. Brilliant. I appreciate that, Urgle Wurgle. It's spectacular. Yeah. But yeah. And oh yeah, addicted to capping. Yeah, Kansas is the heart of the Western Interior Seaway. Man, I want to talk about that too, but we got to do this. So we guessed blue whale, and Metazoa said, best I can do for you is Laurasia Therius. We'll talk about what that means. And Riker Red, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. Really appreciate that. Thank you for that support. 5 lucky chatters won't have to watch a single ad for the next month. They're gonna have a happy new year. Thanks to you, Riker Red. Appreciate you. Yeah. Alright, so our critter is not a whale, but it is a Laurasia Ther. So let me show you what that means. So Laurasia Thers are the group that includes bats and carnivorans and hoofed mammals. Here's your Laurasia Thers right here. Still about 2,000 species in this group, which is quite a few. About half of those are bats. Yeah, so it's not a whale, but it is a Laurasia Ther. Let's see if it's, I'm gonna guess like horse. And we'll see if we can knock out, or no, let's do a carnivoran. Give me the name of a carnivoran mammal, chat. Dog, says Claire. Okay. Wolf, which is also... Well, dog is a kind of wolf. But we'll do dog. And it is a caniform. All right. That was a lucky guess there. Okay. I know caniforms are overrepresented in this game, so that was a clever guess. It is a caniform, but it's not a dog. So, Caniformia is part of... Here we go, this clade here. Caniformia are the dog-like carnivorans. There's both dog-like and cat-like carnivorans. The cat-like carnivorans are things like cats and hyenas, mongoose, and meerkats. But it's not one of these. It is a dog-like carnivoran, but it's not a dog. So it's not going to be part of Canidae, or else this would have said Canidae. It says, nope, best I can do for you is Caniformia, which tells us it's not part of Canidae. It's got to be part of this clade, which is the bears and pinnipeds and otters and raccoons and their relatives. So let's see if it's a... Try a bear. We'll try brown bear. Oh, holy cow, is that it? Oh, no, okay. No, not so fast. So it's part of Ursidae, the bear family, but it's not a bear. What bear is it? Oh boy, can somebody tell me what all of the living species of bear are? I think are there 7 or 8? Water bear, says Lilithobo. Sun bear, grizzly bear, polar bear, sloth bear. Koala bears are not actually bears, MacMaster. They're marsupials. But yeah. Sloth bear, yeah. Short-faced bear. Well, they're extinct now. Riker, I'm glad you brought them up, though. Teddy bear. Oh, Casey's got panda, sloth, spectacled, black, brown, polar, Asiatic black bear. I think you got it, Casey. I think that's all 7. Here. Let's see. Bears, Ursidae, are here. And there are 8 species. Brown bear, American black bear, polar bear, giant panda, Andean bear, sloth bear, Asiatic black bear, and Malayan sun bear. Good stuff. Has to be Care Bear. I don't know, MacMaster. I don't think that's one of these. Not all of these are going to be programmed into Metazoa either, so... Sloth Bear is not. Sun Bear is not. Polar Bear is. Black Bear is. Panda is. Asiatic Black Bear is not. So we've got... We already guessed brown bear, so it's not a brown bear. Not a brown bear. It's not a sloth bear, because it's not in the game. It's not an Asiatic black bear, or a Malayan sun bear, or an Andean bear. I don't think they have that either. So it's got to be either a black bear, a polar bear, or a panda. We've got 3 possibilities here. What should we go with, chat? It's a coin toss at this point. Or, you know what? Actually, it might not be. I think there's a higher chance it's a panda. Because, again, we guessed brown bear. And it says, nope, best I can do for you is Ursidae. There's other clades within Ursidae. That the brown bear and the black bear are both they're both ursinines, part of Ursinae. So all of the other bears are all the other living bears are part of a clade together, and the panda is the outgroup from that. So pandas are early diverging. They split off about 30 million years ago, and all the other bears share a more recent common ancestor, about 20 million years ago. So, chances are, if Metazoa has Ursinae programmed into it, if they have that clade in there, and they didn't show it to us, that would mean it has to be a panda. So I'm going to roll the dice here. I'm trusting that Metazoa is pretty good here, that it's completely, like, we've got Ursinae programmed in. Let's try panda. Here we go. That's it. All right, not too shabby. Excellent. That was it. See, with a little bit of cleverness, we narrowed it down from, I don't know how many species of animal are programmed in this game. We narrowed it down to it's just one in 4 guesses. It's pretty good, you know? Pretty good. So let's post that to Metazoo here. Or to Blue Sky, rather. There we go. Ooh, average guess is down to just 5.3. Back from hiatus, and it's like we never left. Say I. It's like I never left. Brilliant. Pretty good. Pretty good. And Shane says, imagine if they added all of the insect species. It'd be a very different game. I guess so. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Cetaceans to bats. Interesting, Logan. Yeah. Anyway, cool. I'm glad that we got that done there. Blue Sky, Metazua. Oh, I also wanted to, I wanted to thank whoever sent this to me. Let's take a look. Somebody sent me a gift in the mail. Right here to the P.O. Box. Thank you, thank you. It says from Taco Bell Corp. But I don't think that's who actually sent it. I think somebody else was kind enough to send this to me. Let's open it up and have a look. Short key, there you go. Well, well, well. Oh, holy moly. Here. It's from Kennedy 104. To Danny Anduzit, thanks for the stream. Kennedy, thank you, thank you. 25 big ones. Holy cow. Really appreciate that. I'm gonna have like 15 tacos with this. That's gonna be a solid like, what, 25 bucks? I can get like almost 5 meals with this. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that, Kennedy. Good stuff. Gonna feed him for a good portion of a dig. There you go, Squiggles. If I end up going back to St. George, the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site, that's gonna feed me for a good while. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that, Kennedy. Excellent. Remember, that's for Christmas and your birthday. You mean don't spend it too fast? Is that what you're saying? It's gonna last me a long time, Kennedy. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. You did not have to do that. Very generous of you, and I'm grateful. Holy cow. Did you get a chance to peek at that little video? Oh, I haven't had a chance to yet, Claire. Shoot. Things have been so busy. Let me do that now, actually. You send it in a whisper, right? For Twitch to load here. There we go.
Tribune.
Oh, there we go. Thanks, Claire. You just sent it again real quick.
Is there a Taco Bell nearby? Unfortunately, no. Not like there was in St. George, where it was literally across the street
Tribune.
from the fossil site. Here, the nearest Taco Bell is miles and miles away. Although, one of our crew members did get Taco Bell last night for dinner. Is that because he's gluten-free?
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense. I really like Taco Bell. It's really easy to get a good meal there as a vegetarian for cheap. So if any folks from Taco Bell are listening, you're one of the very, very few enterprises that I would consider doing a sponsorship deal with. And I don't know, I think that would be cool. And gluten-free here too. Taco Bell is surprisingly versatile. Nice. Yeah, Taco Bell's great for people with different dietary considerations. Taco Bell has a Twitch channel, so we're gonna shout them out. Very nice. I really like Taco Bell. I have the app on my phone, for crying out loud.
I do.
Whenever I'm traveling out here, like to the American West from California, and I need to know I can get a good meal in a place and it's gonna be vegetarian friendly and inexpensive and it's gonna taste good and, you know, leave me full, Taco Bell is usually my go-to. Cheesy bean and rice burritos, spicy potato soft tacos.
Great, Claire.
So, I don't know. I gotta make a living and I actually enjoy that product and can endorse it, so yeah. If you want a paleontologist spokesperson, Taco Bell might be able to do that. Yeah. I've even got a ready-made tagline, you know, ask not for whom the Taco Bell tolls, it tolls for thee.
Sketchy Tracks, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. Really appreciate that, Sketchy Tracks. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Appreciate your support. Excellent. 5 lucky chatters won't have to worry about a single ad for the next month. Well into the new year, Sketchy Tracks. Appreciate it. Yeah. That's a lovely little edit there, Claire. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, yeah, and not to be a shill or anything, but I like Taco Bell. It's good stuff. The Paleontologizing Taco Bell logo. Wait, did I miss that? Oh, oop.
There he is. Is there a...
You replaced the Twitch logo with the Taco Bell. I like that, Claire. I like that. Yeah. It turns into the Taco Bell. Nice. I like that, Claire. Yeah. Taco Bell will not watch ads either. Yeah. There you go, Gravity. Thank you, Lenina. A gift sub to that huge corporation. Part of Yum Brands Inc., right? Thank you, Lenina. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. And thank you, Casey. Yeah, this... I don't know. Nobody ever wants to... Well, I'm not going to say nobody ever wants to sell out. Lots of people sell out. I don't ever want to sell out. But, like, that is something that I genuinely enjoy, and I really appreciate all the veggie options at Taco Bell. I could heartily endorse this event or product. You know?
Here's your cabin. If you don't like it, TS. This is a little more rustic than I expected. I'm not worried, Lise. You know why? Because of this. A Krusty brand seal of approval. You can only find it on products which meet the high personal standards of Krusty the Clown.
Yep. This is gonna be me next year.
Oops, I should have warned you. That clock gets incredibly hot if you leave it plugged in.
That's okay. All this stuff is fine. Now I'm up to Wimbledon.
Don't we get to roast marshmallows?
Shut up, meet your pine cone.
Anyway, but where was the... I heartily endorse... Is it here? Yeah, huh. Yeah, this is gonna be me.
I heartily endorse this event or product.
Yeah. It's not really gonna be me. But, you know, I do like Taco Bell. If they want to pay me to say that, that'd be great. Oh, man, there you go, Kennedy, exactly. It's a shame. I don't know about that. They'd have to give us a lot of money for fieldwork to actually name a taxon after them. But there are a couple of different dinosaurs that are named after companies. Atlascopcasaurus is an ornithopod dinosaur. I think it's still an ornithopod. It might be an early branching ornithischian. But anyway, it's from Australia. And it is named after Atlas Copco, which is, I think, an Australian company. There's also, speaking of Australian companies, Qantas Airlines, with the big kangaroo on the tail fin. You know these. You've seen them at your local city's airport, I'm sure. There's a dinosaur called Qantasaurus. It may or may not be the same dinosaur as Lealanosaura, but, yeah. And it may or may not be the same as Atlascopcasaurus, but it is named after Qantas Airlines. There's a few different examples of this. Different dinosaurs being named after companies that provided funding for the fieldwork. Pretty cool, actually. You know? Gotta do what you gotta do. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Proof that endorsement works, says Halation Effect. I mean, you know, Taco Bell, it is what it is. It's fast food. I think it's higher quality than something like McDonald's or Wendy's or something like that. I've never liked Wendy's very much. There's all kinds of good vegetarian options at Taco Bell. So, that's why I like it, you know? Yeah. And Shepherd203 says, when you guys are out on archaeology expeditions... I don't do archaeology. I'm a paleontologist. There's a big difference. But yeah, I'll read that as paleontology expeditions. Does your crew or university sometime pay hunters to fetch your food if you guys are deep in the field? Well, if one of our crewmates is going into town, we might ask them to pick up some Taco Bell or a pizza or something in town. But yeah, generally when I'm doing field work, it's, you know, we're within like a few hours drive of civilization usually. And so we'll get a bunch of food and supplies and we'll bring it back to camp and we'll make our own meals there in camp. So, Yeah, dinosaur archaeology. Very funny, Hogan. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Just use drone delivery. Yeah, that's definitely a thing, Lilith Obo. That's definitely not a pipe dream. Anyway, speaking of food, though, I had this pop up in my feed the other day. And thank you, Courtney Raptor, for the 10 gift subs. There's 10 lucky chatters. Won't have to worry about a single ad for the next month. I'm sure they're just as happy as this Tinamu bird here, whom you've made very excited. I mean, Get out of there. It's gonna... Oh, shoot! Holy cow. Thank you. Courtney Raptor, I appreciate your generosity. Good stuff. Yeah, super excited. I mean, just like those chatters are. Who also get access to all those emotes for the next month. Including the new leatherback ones, too. Papey says, every time I wonder if Danny's gonna get tired of doing that. I do that all day long for, you know, racks of 10 gift subs. Holy cow. I'm not gonna complain. But yeah, Claire, you made a short with Josh Lively about... Here it is. Speaking of food in the field, I thought this was...
You make hot breakfast for us in the morning. I am not used to that kind of thing.
September.
What's the reasoning there? I know that's something that's important to you.
Yeah, so when I was a grad student, did a lot of field work with Mike Getty. Our philosophy was you feed people well, they'll work their rear ends off. You know, with a lot of what we do, it's hard not to run on calories. Like, you burn a lot of calories if you're prospecting, if you're throwing a pick and shovel like we were yesterday. And yeah, I mean, I know I've been miserable in the field. We won't say who was running the camp.
Okay.
Diplomacy. We were eating, you know, like couscous and packaged tuna, and over the course of 2 weeks, I lost 15 pounds.
A lot of that's probably muscle. It's like you're losing important stuff.
I don't know. Part of running a good camp is feeding people well. That was kind of instilled on me like early on in grad school. So I keep doing that. You know, we'll tonight. What are we doing tonight? We're either gonna have spaghetti or fajitas tonight.
Ooh,
you know,
nice. I think we have fajitas that night.
The times I've done a cold breakfast, like oatmeal or something or cereal, people are miserable by lunch. So I just say, you know what, throw calories at folks, and they're gonna be happy and healthy, and they're gonna find cool dead stuff then.
Yeah, you make hot breakfast for us in the morning. Josh
is a good crew chief. Like, big respect. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Oh, I think she agrees. Yeah. Josh actually spends a good deal more on food than a lot of the other crews that I've been on. Always good food in the field on Josh's crews. He really believes in that, and I really respect that. I've been on a lot of crews where, like, we just didn't have the budget to be able to feed people all that well. You can ask people who are already volunteering for you to kick in $10 a day or something like that for food in order to solve that problem, but is that really fair, you know? What do you think? Sweetie Pie's like, $10? No. Feed me now. I deserve it. Come on, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. What do you think? Yeah? You want some more of that? Okay. Yeah. There we go. Alright, let's get you some treats, huh? That's what you came here for. That's what you came here for. it out. She likes to have her food delivered to her. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, yeah. There's another one. Yeah, excellent. She loves being fed them one at a time. Like, I could do this all day. Feeding me solitary treats in series. Room service. Exactly, Chaotic Kitten. Exactly. You're so spoiled, sweetie. You're so spoiled. Oh, where are you going? Well, there goes Sweetie Pie. She is very cute, Casey. Absolutely. Yeah. Permissions. Oh, gotcha, Claire. Okay, here, let me do that right now, actually. Permissions should already have been sorted out. Why is it? Access requests. Okay, cool. Thank you, Claire. Sorry, things have been so busy because, well... I'll tell you why. Excuse me. Oh, and this is already up on YouTube. Well. Shoot. This took a lot of figuring out. Our special leatherback turtle stream interview on Sunday with Scott Benson. Thank you, Claire. Excellent. All right, everybody, welcome back to Paleontologizing. I should speak into the mic, huh? I'm here with leatherback turtle expert Scott Benson today, who's very kindly joined us, and this is going to be a really fun stream, so I'm so glad you're here. Holy cow. Yeah, how is everybody doing right now? How is your... So the original plan was to have the curtains open so you could see Monterey Bay in the background. I kind of did that at the end. We opened up the curtains and you could kind of see it, but not really. The lighting difference was way different between inside and outside. So as backup, I had this there. The background reel of leatherback turtle footage of leatherback swimming. So I'm glad I had that as a backup because our original plan fell through. So the camera couldn't handle the difference in lighting like that. Yeah. Interviews were great, very interesting. Thank you, Ergo Wergo. I really appreciate that. And huge thanks to Scott for being there for this. We'll be doing some more interviews. He was really excited afterward. He's like, how many people were watching? And, you know, what did they have to say? Did they enjoy it? What was the feedback like? I was not as attentive to chat as I should have been. My apologies for that. Also, our alerts were not working properly either. They were like doubled up. It was supposed to be just the leatherback alerts. I don't know what happened.
It was like you go to the shoe store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It was pretty sick.
Mikey Likes, thank you for the 57 months of support. I really appreciate that. It's almost like a year, man, says Mikey Likes. Oh, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Keeping me here online for 57 months. Appreciate you, Mikey Likes.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Hogan, thank you for the 100 bits. Excellent. Really appreciate it. Is that Joe Burrow, says Jerry Moore? No, that is Scott Benson, who is one of the world experts on leatherback turtles. Recently retired from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Scott Benson works on leatherbacks. Here he is with a leatherback turtle just off the coast of Central California aboard the Sheila B research vessel. With any luck, I'll be able to join him in September on this research vessel studying leatherback turtles. Really excited. Really excited. There we go. There's the vessel here.
Welcome to this week's episode of Looking for Leatherbacks. Over the past couple of weeks, our aerial team fueled up on blackberries before heading out to survey. This time, joined by our vessel-based team.
Let's check in with them to see how it's been going.
So this is not a big, it's not a big boat, you know? It's what, 30 feet long, something like that? So just under 10 meters. I think that might be Scott right there, on the prow. But it's built like a landing craft where the bow folds down like that so you can bring turtles aboard. And Scott actually talked about this during the interview. Let me see if I can find that segment right here. We do have a transcript. Excellent. Right, yeah.
So, yeah, it's just kind of trying to restrain the animal. We're not using drugs to restrain them. We've got the boat set up with, you know, foam shields,
do drugs,
padding all the way around to keep it from hurting itself. And then we try to get our work done in under an hour. You know,
so not to stress them out too much.
We want to get him back in the water as quick as we can. We're taking blood samples for health assessments, and I mentioned tissue samples for genetics and stable isotope. Putting this transmitter on there as well, and then hopefully get that done within an hour, so we can let it go. But yeah, it's just a lot of huffing and puffing and a lot of sweating.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I remember you saying at one point in one of your talks that sometimes they're so well fed when they're on the deck of the boat that they kind of roll around. So like the plastron underneath is, you know, convex rather than concave, and what is that like? Trying to, like, 1,500-pound animal that's wobbling around like an egg.
Yeah, well, if you got to have somebody babysitting it all the time, because if you walk away and it's like, okay, we got to get some of our equipment and bring it back out here, and the boat starts rocking a little bit with one of those particularly plump ones, yeah, they'll start doing things like almost like they're trying to knock the boat over. Like they're trying to make more momentum for the boat to go, you know, further rocking back and forth and flipping around. So you got to have somebody at least be on there to restrain the flippers.
Right.
But you're right. The body condition on these things is highly variable. So
anyway, I'll give you a link to this. Yeah, thank you, Claire, for putting this up already. This is great. I want to make like a special edit of this that I can send to Scott and some other folks. Because I had a few issues during the live stream where the volume was too quiet at the beginning, and we didn't actually have the music playing like it was supposed to, so I'm gonna see if maybe there's something I can do about that. Yeah, I think that would be fun. Anyhow, yeah. What's evolving in Australia. I did see a headline about that dinosaur, Dave. Yeah, yeah, very cool. And that's fun. Interesting dinosaur, Dave. Yeah, yeah. And Murph says, did you get a chance to ask him if the mouth spines are sharp? I didn't. We'll have to do that in the future. But anyway, I am overjoyed to potentially be able to be on this very vessel in 2026. I don't think I'll be able to stream from there, but just to be able to help out with this whole project would be phenomenal, you know? Yeah, and thank you, Claire. I will do that.
We've been up here for the last week working 13-hour days searching for turtles.
There's good habitat up here, and we're hoping to capture an animal to put a transmitter on it, which will reveal much more information about how leatherbacks use the waters of the Pacific Northwest.
So I think they're up the coast of Oregon.
Leatherbacks are huge. So how do we bring them on board?
Hi, I'm Garrett. I am roughly the size of a leatherback sea turtle. And this is our capture net. It's a hoop net with a detachable net body.
It's a big net.
And you can see the size of these animals.
We use buoys to practice the process of netting a leatherback turtle. This way, we're ready to bring a turtle on board safely and swiftly when we find one. We're able to do this thanks to our amazing captain, JD, and some handy adaptations made to the Sheila B. research vessel.
This is so cool.
Hi guys, my name is John Douglas, better known as Captain JD. I'm with Moss.
Oh, and Neri says Tortue Luth. Yeah, is that the French name for these critters? There's many different regional names for this animal because they do have a global distribution. They are cosmopolitan. They live all over the world. Off the coast of 6 of Earth's 7 continents. North and South America, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Oceania. They've been found as far south as the southern island of New Zealand, and as far north as off the north coast of Norway and the Aleutian Islands of Alaska. So there's lots of different people all around the world with different languages who have different names for this animal, which is so cool. Yeah. And what turtles evolved from? Oh, Lottie Finchie, we'll get into that in a little bit, because that is a really cool question. Let me get through this, and then we'll talk about where turtles came from, because it was a big mystery for a long time.
Landing Marine Laboratories. Let's have a little look around the Sheila B. We'll start up here on the foredeck. This is where the turtles come aboard. One of the unique aspects of the Sheila B that is critical for landing turtles is our bow door, our ability to lower the door and open water. And this is what it looks like.
That is so cool. It's like a landing craft. Saving Private Turtle.
Now we can pull the turtle up onto the door, and partially, mostly by hand actually, and then I can raise the door, flush, and we'll run the line that is holding the net over to our capstan, and pull the turtle in with the capstan until she's landed on the scale.
Scott dancing there. There's the spotting plane.
That window was getting a little foggy on my glass. Lola. Turtle. Yeah. Okay, turtle, circle, left. It was at 75, negative 75.
I think we got visual. Looks like a hard-shell turtle over.
Oh, hard-shelled turtle.
Okay.
Coloniid turtle. So that's the thing, is that hard-shelled turtles, hard-shell sea turtles, are all in their own family. The Coloniidae. We'll go to Ridley sea turtle first. Geek says so many barnacles. Yeah, so the hard-shelled turtles tend to get a lot more barnacles because barnacles really like to adhere to a hard shell. Leatherbacks get barnacles too, but not as many. So, all the sea turtles in the world belong to just 7 species. And the shirt that I was wearing on Sunday during the interview Shows them all. Let me grab that and I'll show you real quick. Here we go. Yeah. We've got our 7 species of living sea turtle here. There we go. Sea turtles. So I think it's Kemp's Ridley, Olive Ridley, Hawksbill, green flatback. No, hang on, that's not right. Loggerhead. All right, Olive Ridley, Kemp's Ridley. I'm looking at the numbers now. Hawksbill. That's the one with the really ornate shell. The tortoise shell stuff is unfortunately made from the carapace and maybe the plastron too of hawksbill sea turtles. Tortoise shell is a misnomer. It's not from a tortoise. It's from one of these guys. Then we've got the Australian flatback, the loggerhead, the green sea turtle, and of course the leatherback, which is the most ancient one of these, like the earliest diverging, the most basal, the most quote-unquote primitive, even though they are the best adapted for marine life. Leatherbacks split off probably during the Cretaceous. I'm guessing this 68 million years ago. That's like the very end of the Cretaceous. They probably split off even earlier than this, I would guess, but this is probably based on a molecular tree. Anywho, so leatherbacks are their own family, the Dermocheliidae, and the rest of these are part of Cheloniidae. So all of the hardshell sea turtles are from the same family. The leatherback is from a family that diverged a little earlier, so they're unique among modern sea turtles. They're their own thing. There's nothing else like them. Super cool. Yeah. An adult leatherback with a handheld net? Yeah, Golganak. It's nuts how this works.
Yeah, I thought it looked surprisingly orange, so, but it's kind of a big one, isn't it?
Sea otter?
Although conditions look very, very promising, and we saw a lot of the proxy species that we associate with leatherbacks,
yeah, like the mola,
sunfish, and blue sharks, and
I would show that clip with the. It's a baby whale, Jay. Except there's so many cuss words that would violate our channel's policy on swear words. But you know what I'm talking about, right, chat? The and Win528, thank you for the 28 months of support. Really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you, Win528. Excellent. Yeah. I would guess most of the time the turtle just dives when it hears the boat, says Shark Geek. There's a great sequence in this book that actually describes that. Which here we'll abandon our Boston fisherman thing. Let me read you this passage from this book, which I would highly recommend. I just finished it this weekend. Great book, terrible title. I'm guessing that the author, Carl Safina, did not choose this subtitle here. Voyage of the Turtle. In pursuit of the Earth's last dinosaur. Turtles are not dinosaurs. Not even leatherback turtles. I avoided this book for months and months because of that subtitle there. I'm like, well, with a title like that, it can't be any good, right? It'd be like if you picked up a sports memoir and it's like, yeah, the story of Babe Ruth and how he changed basketball forever. Be like, I'm sorry, what? That doesn't... Huh? Anyway, it's really good though. don't judge a book by its title, I guess. I'm guessing the publisher or the editor or somebody picked that. They're like, well, how do we sell more copies of this book? The dinosaurs, I guess. I can understand that as a dinosaur scientist. But, yeah. But there's a really neat sequence in here where the author was accompanying Scott Benson and some other researchers aboard the Sheila B, aboard this vessel, and they're trying to catch a leatherback in order to be able to tag it and collect data and stuff. So, Scott's wife, Karen, is also a marine biologist, and she is often up in the spotting plane, spotting these turtles down below and radioing in to tell them where to look, because it's really hard to see these animals there on the surface. Yeah. After some minutes, Karen breaks the taut pause. Coming up, now the leatherback surfaces right here, only about 15 feet away. Not so fast. After a brief gulp of air, the turtle is gone. After about 1 minute, the leatherback surfaces again to our right. We've got a shot at it, and we begin closing the short gap. The turtle slips under and planes away from the surface at a shallow angle. We can still see it. It turns and goes under the boat, seemingly purposely evasive. Another minute. Karen radios port side, just below the surface, 20 meters. Go slow, 10 meters. Very slow. You'll run him over. The turtle surfaces directly ahead and dives again. The turtle wants no part of us and will not stay up as we near it. Despite the boat, plane, satellite positioning, radios, and the many people with innumerable university degrees and over a century of combined experience, this turtle is beating us at our own game. It's beaten worse odds before. It's a 1 in 1,000 survivor, given that like 1 out of every 1,000 leatherback hatchlings makes it to adulthood, maybe. It's a 1 in 1,000 survivor who wasn't born yesterday, and its slim-brained mind holds the accurate assumption that boats are bad. It wants us to get lost. It bursts through the surface 30 feet ahead. 1 breath, and it powers away. After it repeats this pattern several times, Scott says the turtle is tiring. Skeptical, I begin timing its dives. 43 seconds. There it is, 20 feet away. 1 breath, and down. 46 seconds, 30 feet to our right. 1 breath, and down. 61 seconds, straight ahead, down. The turtle is not tiring. It has a rhythm of breathing and diving it can maintain. It has a game plan and is sticking to it. We need to hope that just once we can line up before it just as it's surfacing and get lucky. Overhead, the plane drone circles. Benson says, okay, I see it coming up now. This is good. He puts the net over it and misses. Jogging left at the critical instant, the turtle deflects its head from the enveloping net. The hoop glances along its body as the leatherback slides from reach. That's okay, we say. As the turtle has persistence, we likewise have patience. But now that the turtle has been touched, it has another plan. Lose this stalker. Suddenly trying to put real distance between us, it is now traveling quickly and changing directions. It takes its next breath fully 70 yards away, distance enough for a deep exchange of lung volume and full recharge of blood oxygen. The aircrew relays that it's gliding away on long power strokes. Now it kicks its evasiveness to yet another level. We have to make several hairpin turns to continue our pursuit. The turtle is resurfacing about 5 times further from us than before. With all the hard swimming and changing directions, the surfacing intervals are in fact shortening. It is finally tiring. It surfaces 40 feet ahead and we close on it. Benson reaches, but the turtle knocks the netting from the hoop without getting bagged. While he's resetting the net, the turtle repeatedly surfaces within reaching distance. Karen transmits, he's toying with you. And then he's down again. So this just continues for a while, and eventually they realize, like, oh boy, this particular turtle is just not having it. We're not going to catch this turtle today. And another one pops up, and they go after that one. And we drop the first leatherback like a hot potato. Everyone's silently relieved to have a reason to stop following it without admitting that the turtle beat us. Man, I want to be on that vessel. You know? Claire says it reminds me of chasing or fighting a submarine in World War II. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, except you can't use depth charges on a leatherback turtle. And Casey, audiobooks. That would be cool. It sounds like it'd take a lot of time, though. And there you go, Squiggles, yeah. Yeah. Anywho.
Associated with leatherbacks, including sunfish and blue sharks, and lots of chrysora and egg yolk jellies. Unfortunately, we didn't find any leatherbacks.
These surveys can tell us things about leatherback turtles even when we don't find them, and absence of the animals is also very important. We have demonstrated again that we have the capacity to do this work and that the habitat is here, but we just need to have a leatherback in it as well.
Captain JD and the Sheila B. research vessel will now make their way back down to California and prepare for our upcoming surveys there. Our aerial team will continue to survey along the Oregon and Washington coastline, so there is still a chance we may spot a leatherback. You can find out next time on Looking for Leatherbacks.
Good stuff. This is from Upwell Turtles, and I should give you a link to their YouTube page. They have a criminally low number of views on here for how good these videos are. It's baffling, you know? Yeah. Here, take a look at this one. And Zul says, what's the maximum distance traveled on a single breath? It could be miles, potentially. Yeah, so leatherback turtles like this, they can travel almost a mile straight down. Well, maybe not straight down, but a mile in depth on a single breath, which is absolutely insane. They're one of the deepest divers of all air-breathing animals. I think they're really only surpassed by beaked whales, maybe sperm whales, and elephant seals. Those are the only other air-breathing animals that dive deeper than leatherbacks.
Chuck, it's Marvin. Your cousin, Marvin Barry. You know that new sound you looking for?
Matt M33, thank you for the raid. How was your stream, Matt? Appreciate that, Matt M33. I hope you had an excellent stream. It's so good to have you here. It's so cool that you've started streaming. Hope you had a good time. Doing some World of Warships. Well, here's a warship right here. A submarine. Some of these can dive as deep as 500 meters. Leatherbacks can go down 1.3 thousand meters. That's funny, they show a hard-shelled turtle here. Hard-shelled turtle could not do this. They don't have the right silhouette. They have the wrong silhouette, rather, in this this graphic. But yeah, in December 2023, this particular turtle reached an impressive 1,344 meters. So by putting time depth recorder transmitters on them, we can see how far down they dive. And it is truly extraordinary, you know? Yeah. So, like, that would be maybe crush depth for, like, a nuclear-powered submarine. And these turtles just do it like it's no problem. You know? Pretty extraordinary. And it's that leathery shell that allows them to do this. They dive so deep that they actually have to, like, spit out all the oxygen. At the not the oxygen, but like they blow all the air out of their lungs when they dive down, because if they had lungs full of air, they'd be too buoyant and they wouldn't be able to dive that deep. So it sounds counterintuitive, but they go and they empty out their lungs before they go for one of these super deep dives. And they're able to store enough oxygen in their blood and in their muscle tissue to be able to power themselves as they're traveling down over 1,000 meters in depth. Which is crazy, you know? Just extraordinary. And how deep can the deepest submarine dive, says Hogan? That's a good question. If we're talking about military submarines, it's not as deep as you would imagine. For research submarines, like, what's the one that, James Cameron, was involved with? Deep Sea Challenger. Here we go. So let's see. Records. Holy cow, 10,000 meters. Okay. But this is like a specially designed craft where that's all it does is dive super deep. So yeah. Oh, you're thinking of Alvin ought to do it. Alvin. Do we have a picture? Yeah, there we go. Alvin. No chipmunks. Yeah. What about Simon and Theodore? They didn't make the cut, Squiggles. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, just extraordinary divers, leatherbacks. It's nuts how deep they can go. Let's continue this video here.
Right now, we're just off the coast of Cape Elizabeth, Washington, and we're out scanning the sea for leatherbacks. There's been very little survey coverage here for leatherbacks, but we know leatherbacks are here.
I've put transmitters on animals in Indonesia during the summer nesting season, and 3 of them came up to this area.
Huh. One of the biggest challenges is that they're just...
I mean, look at that. From Indonesia all the way to the coast of Oregon. So from Indonesia, these animals are swimming the entire way. That's a turtle doing that. A turtle swimming all the way from Indonesia to Oregon. Extraordinary. You know? Yeah. Just bonkers. Beard here says wild. It is wild. It's extraordinary. They're such extraordinary animals. They really are. It's just nuts, you know? Oh, sound on.
Leatherbacks remaining.
Some of the primary threats to leatherbacks are caused by people. Things like entanglement in fishing gear, or ingestion of marine debris, or boat strike.
When you're looking for, turtles from a population that's so truncated, it really makes survey efforts intensive and challenging.
Yep. There's so few of them that are still out there. I've heard somebody said at one point that there might be as few as 50 off the coast of California. Just 50 left.
We can't find them in the water without the help of an aircraft.
So we've really got it down to a science where the aerial team can lead us to the turtles and then kind of monitor us as we capture and handle the turtle.
And once we do have it in hand, we are constantly monitoring. So they stay pretty calm throughout the process.
We just don't have much data about leatherbacks up here. If we're ever able to catch one and put a transmitter on it, the amount of data and information we get out of that would be a really a game changer.
It was a possible turtle, but there were a lot of harbor seals in the area, so we're not sure. We never did recite it after 10 minutes of circling. So overall, pretty good active marine life. Some scattered bolas, but no turtles yet. Over.
Similarly, we've been looking for sea nettles, brown sea nettles, Chrysora fuscescens jellyfish.
And actually, Lordy purchased this yesterday. On our way back from Monterey, got Chrysora right here. It's a little, like, postcard print. It's this same critter.
Similarly, we've been looking for sea nettles, brown sea nettles, Chrysora fuscescens jellyfish.
We have observed over the years that this is the prey item that the leatherback seem to be focused on.
Yep.
So when we...
And what was it that Scott said during our interview about these guys?
Some years it's better than others, but lots of jellies, particularly the ones here that the turtles are after are the sea nettles.
Right, Chrysora.
Chrysora fuscescens, yes.
Okay.
The brown sea nettle. And it turns out the brown sea nettle is one of the more calorically rich options you can get compared to moon jelly. And then the turtles themselves are very clever about how they take these. So a small sea nettle, about that size, they'll just take the whole thing down in one suck, you know. And then actually this, I mean, we saw the mouth and so forth, and so that
here, you can hold that if you like.
Sure. So I mean, this hook is nice for piercing a jelly to keep it, maintain it, not let it get away. But underneath here, in the throat, it's actually like a gular sac.
Right, yeah.
So, I mean, I've had some...
Almost like the dewlip on a
animals
pelican.
We were necropsy that were dead stranded on the beach. And I was able to pull this thing one time, and I could hear the... when I did
the
this.
suction?
It suctioned.
Right, okay.
So it's actually... And I can see this on video, too, occasionally, where it's all of a sudden it just scooped in.
So they're doing suction feeding, almost like a beaked whale or something.
Kind of like that, but only on these small jellies.
Interesting.
On the bigger jellies, once they get to be like this,
you have to take bites out of them.
They got to take bites out of them, and what they do is they will hold the bell, but they don't.
So the bell is the big round part, the cap of the jelly, up here.
Eat the bell. The bell's like the wrapper.
Yeah.
They are eating all the stuff underneath the bell, which is the manubrium and the gonads and the arms, and it turns out that's the most caloric rich part of the jelly.
Interesting.
So it's a larger jelly. They're handling it. They're handling that bell, but they will scour everything else out underneath and leave the bell just kind of like a burrito wrapper or something like that.
Do you ever use that to track them? Just like a trail of
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's so cool.
We kind of look at it as a calling card or something like,
Leatherback was here.
Leatherback was here. There's a jelly with like a half moon bite out of the bell, but nothing else underneath it.
Really cool. Speaking of that gular sac, the throat there, I actually wanted to ask your opinion on something, chap. So over the last few weeks, I've been working on making a leatherback turtle bobblehead. I posted this a little while ago. There we go, a 3D printed leatherback bobblehead, but I wasn't quite sure if I was happy with how the head looks. So I've just modified and printed a second head that has more of the throat, that gular pouch. And I want to know which one you prefer. Which one do you think looks better? So here is the body right here. And there's that spring. Here is the old one, the one that I just showed you in that clip. As you can tell, and here, the adhesive is not the strongest here. really push that onto there. But you see there's a big gap here. It looks pretty good from the front. But there's that big gap. So I figured, what if I could extend the throat down and maybe cover up the spring on the front side? So let's try it with that other head that I've also printed. I don't know if I like this one as much. Is this an improvement or not? What do you think, chat? Really thick throat? So we'll say this is version 2 right here. Do you like this one better? Or do you... Oop. Oh boy. Or do you like this one better? So this is 1. And this is 2. Type in the chat which one you like better. Do you like 1 or do you like 2 better? In fact, let's do a... Oh, we're getting a lot of 1s. I like the original. But of the 2, I think 1. Okay. Deathsaurus says 2. One there at the moment. You like option 1, Dinosaur Dave? Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. You prefer option number 1. Yeah. Just clean the overhang up a bit. I could have a little bit more overhang, I guess. So, like, I could take option 2 and then just cut it a bit. It's almost kind of an in-between. Yeah. I think that would be perfect. That's what I will do, Casey. In fact, let's start that up right now. I'll pull up the file, and you can see how I do this. Print. Head with neck. Head with neck scaled. Here we go. Here's my slicing software here, Prusa Slicer. So this is option number 2 right there. What I'm gonna do is... this one for... I'm gonna tilt it back a little bit further. About there. That's kind of our in-between there, I think. So keep upper part, perform cut. There we go. That might do it. Although I'm gonna have to put this into Tinkercad and then... Oh, no, you know what I'm gonna have to do? Hang on. I did this wrong. We already have it with the... So there's a cylinder chunk that we have to take out here in order to get the spring to fit in, and so I use another program for this. But I already have a prototype here in my downloads folder, I think. There we go. So we can modify it from this, and that should work. There we go. So the cylinder's already taken out of it. We're also going to scale it down just a little bit, because this one is a little bit too big. There we go. that. It's more than this, but less than that. A little bit more. There we go. Let's try that. We're kind of splitting the difference. Yeah, okay. We'll try like that. What are our dimensions here, too? X-axis, we've got 50.47, which sounds about right. Yeah. So let's go ahead and slice this. And then we'll throw it onto the 3D printer and start printing it. Yeah. And Sketchy Track says, what if you cut ridges in the neck and make it the spring? I mean, I kind of need a metallic spring for that, or else it won't work properly. But here we've got it sliced, so this is all ready to be printed. It'll print from the bottom up like this. Just like that. So let's go ahead and get ready to export that. Turn the printer on and clean off the print bed. There you go. SD card in here. And export G code. So leatherback head. Split the difference. There we go. 2 hours, 10 minutes of print time. Save to SD card. Now we'll go get that plugged in. Start this thing printed. There we go. It'll take another minute or two until it's until everything's heated up and ready for printing, but it's going now. So now we just wait. And Finn Tancana's got a question. Thank you, Claire, for reposting that. Going to a museum in my country that has fossils from the USA, and you mentioned that fossils from private land. Yeah, I now feel kind of bad for supporting them. Used to be excited about the museum, as they're quite cool. But they also have multiple models from USA like Triceratops, Stegosaurus, Allosaurus. Is it wrong to support them? If they're a museum, if they're a...
We didn't come here to fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
And Sagittarius Nefarious, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If they're a proper museum, you know, it's fine. It's not ideal to have your fossils be commercially sourced like that, but there are legitimate museums, especially in Europe, I guess, who, you know, they're at least doing good science, even if a lot of their stuff may have been acquired in less than ideal ways. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. Yeah, here we go. Printer's off and running. Yeah. There is a museum that's been kind of controversial that's just opened up recently. One in Dubai, which some of us are still making up our minds about it. Is it truly legitimate? Like, are they legit? We'll find out, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Turtle printing. Yes, indeed, Casey. Beep, boop, beep. Turtle printing.
Access granted.
Good stuff. So this is going to start up like that. Fin Tin Can says, I mean, the museum is doing research, but what constitutes a legitimate museum? So a legitimate museum is one where they're producing research, and their collections are, like, they're an official repository, which means that the specimens won't be sold off if they decide, like, oh yeah, we want the money, actually. We're going to sell these to a private buyer. A real museum would never do that. A real museum is one where they have systems in place to ensure that those fossils, those specimens will be there in perpetuity. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyhow. And Niffler says, Danny, could you add a slight angle inside the head so the whole head tilts down slightly? I already have that, Niffler, if that's what you mean. With this is at an angle, so it's like that, basically. So the part that the spring attaches to is at an angle on the inside, if that's what you mean. I've already got that done. Yeah. And Fin Tin Can says, oh, I don't know if they are like that. Must do the research on that. The paleontologist was nice, but they are located in a small mall. So I don't know if they have proper stuff in place. Oh, interesting. Fin Tin Can, I might know the place you're talking about. If so, small world. Is this up in northern Montana, perhaps? No, okay. Huh. Interesting. Oh, in Prague, in the Czech Republic. Interesting. Or in Czechia, I guess, sorry. No longer the Czech Republic, it's now Czechia, right? Do I have that correct? Am I mistaken? Yeah. Anyhow. And mall museums. Yeah, there's a few. It's called Dinosaur. Interesting. Yeah. It's called Dinosauria. Let's take a look at that, actually. Now I'm curious. But there is, well, first off, I'll show you another museum. There's a dinosaur museum in Havre, Montana, which is very small. It's this one here. It's in a shopping mall.
My name is Vicki Klaus, and I am an assistant professor at Montana State University Northern here in Havre, Montana. I have the unique opportunity to teach biology and geology courses, including paleontology and the dinosaur classes. My dad and I used to go fishing a lot, so we went out to a local reservoir, and I got really bored, so he put me out onto the shoreline of this reservoir, and I found big teeth. And he's 6 and 7 years old. I mean, that's big stuff. I had no idea what they were. When I got into college here at Montana State University Northern, there was a professor that was able to tell me, and that was so exciting to me. Here at the Clack Museum in Havre, Montana, we have some great exhibits that we are...
What's funny is that they kind of make the museum look bigger than it is in this video, just because they keep showing kind of close-in shots. It's very small. Am I thinking of the right one? Yeah, here it is. It's literally inside of a shopping mall. So that's it. It's like the size of a small store in the shopping mall. That's what you're looking at here.
Excited for the whole world to see. The dinosaur trail is really great because it gives us an opportunity to showcase what we have here in Havre. The study of paleontology is really important, I think, to get young people interested in science. When I was just starting my graduate degree, I discovered dinosaur nesting grounds north of Havre. And
Very cool.
Those nests turned out to be something unique. There were at least 4 different types of dinosaur eggshell that were found, 4 different types of dinosaurs that were laying eggs here, and there were also turtle eggs with embryos inside. And these were found locally here. We also have a display where people can come in and touch the dinosaur bones. You don't have to stand back like you do in most museums. You can actually touch these bones. Come join us in Havre. We dig dinosaur research.
Yeah, super cool. So the Montana Dinosaur Trail is generally pretty legit. There's a bunch of little museums and one medium-sized museum, Museum of the Rockies, that are part of this Montana Dinosaur Trail. H. Earl Clack Memorial Museum. That's the video we just watched. And here we go. It's nice that they, There's 12 and 13. That's in, Glendive, right? There is a, like, creationist museum in Montana with a bunch of dinosaurs, and that has been left off of the Montana Dinosaur Trail purposefully, because it's an anti-science museum. That one is 1,000,000% not legitimate, and so it's been left off of the Montana Dinosaur Trail to this day, I believe. Oh, wait, no, is it on there? The Glendive Dinosaur and Fossil Museum is that's the Creationist Museum. Did they put it on the Montana Dinosaur Trail now? Oh no. Well, I guess it's on the map, but it doesn't look like it's on the list. Huh, interesting. Well, I guess they did kind of an in-between there, where they acknowledge it, but don't put it on the official list. Squiggle says they've even given it a fake sciencey sounding name. Yeah, so at least they didn't make a video about it. But, yeah, that is pretty wild. Yeah. Here we go.
Hello and welcome to the famous Seamus Experience. My name is Seamus Grady. Today we are in Glendive, Montana.
So here's the
scary dinosaur in the wall. All right, we're in the museum, and I would just like to show you guys the welcome sign here. Welcome to the Glendive Dinosaur Fossil Museum. We're so glad you've chosen to visit the Glendive Dinosaur Fossil.
Anyway, Yeah, all kinds of really wild stuff in here. They've got a ton of stuff, I think mostly from tree mold paleontology, so it's almost entirely fossil casts and stuff. But, yeah, just kind of bonkers. Does he show the arc or anything like that in here? He might not even be showing the weirdest things. There's a lot of just bizarre stuff at this museum. Let's see if we can find it in here. Yeah, here we go.
And so, of course, I wish that everyone believed in the theory of evolution, but it's not a part of the culture wars that I think we need to get uptight about. As long as they don't use their belief to lord it over the rest of us, what difference does it make in some sense?
Oh boy, I disagree with that very strongly, because the people who deny science are the people who are running the country right now, and it has really severe repercussions for the entire world. I mean, don't get me started. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at your museum in Prague there. Because that sounds much more legitimate than... Let's just take a look. There we go.
Chceš zažít nevídané dobrodružství?
Okay, VR thing. Oh yeah, interesting. So yeah, this is going to be like an Allosaurus skeleton that they purchased from the United States. Wow, this is a. Oh, gotcha. That's where that Torosaurus ended up. Big ceratopsian skeleton, the one with the injuries in it. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. Anyway, this seems legit. I've never been there. I don't know anybody who works there. Yeah. And Sothie's ain't going well. Thank you for the 30 months of support. 41 months.
Has been well spent.
At tier 3, holy cow, Sothie. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Thank you, Sophie. Wonderful. Excellent. Mayor Space says, I thought for a second those were Power Rangers about to fight that Tyrannosaur. I think they're supposed to be time travelers. This might be like a VR experience or something they have there. I don't know. Clearly they've got a budget. Like, in a good way. They've got money to throw around, which is awesome. Good for them. You have 6 fossils if I count it right. Interesting. Yeah. I don't know. The way that I make a determination of whether or not I consider a museum legitimate is... Are the fossils held in the public trust? Or are they privately owned? If they're privately owned, that might indicate this place isn't... A given place isn't totally scientifically legitimate. You know? In order to be able to name new species and conduct research on fossils, we kind of have rules about that as paleontologists. Like, those fossils need to be protected for generations to come. They can't be part of a, like, private collection where, on a whim, the owner can just decide to sell them to the highest bidder or whatever. We need to make sure that those stay within the locus of science. They need to be available for researchers to study. Decades into the future, centuries into the future. So if fossils are privately owned, that can throw a wrench into that. And another thing, if we're trying to determine whether or not an institution is legitimate, is there active research going on? Or is it more of like a profit-making kind of thing, you know? It's totally cool for a museum to make a profit I'd love to see all museums be able to sustain themselves financially. But is the point, is the ultimate goal, is the prime directive profit, or is it science? If it's profit, then that's a mark against legitimacy, if that makes sense. So yeah. And Mythical Myra says it could even be something like tax evasion to lend those fossils to museums. That happens sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, but welcome, Mythical Myra. It's good to have you here. I love when somebody chimes in for the first time and they've got, like, a good point to make. Appreciate that. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And a Trek Nerd says, someone say Prime Directive? No, not me. How are you doing, Trek Nerd? And Fin Tin Can says, it's labeled as Triceratops there. Interesting. Huh. And Urgle Wurgle, thank you for gifting Mythical Myra. I appreciate that, Urgle Wurgle. Thank you. Good stuff. But that is really interesting that they label it as Triceratops, because that's what I would call this critter. But I know other people who are like, no, dude, that's definitely Torosaurus. I know people who would call AMNH's Ceratopsian. They would call this Torosaurus too. This one here. But I don't know. Yeah. There's a lot of controversy about that animal. What's going on with that critter? Yeah. That one there is a composite. Like, there's multiple individuals who contributed pieces to that skeleton. But, yeah. And thank you, Mythical Myra. Hey, I really appreciate that. Yeah. But yeah, they're working on the Triceratops, Diplodocus, and Edmontosaur, and the Diplodocus seems to have bone cancers. Interesting. Yeah. So they sound like they're doing some stuff right there, Fin Tin Can. So I don't avoid that museum. Certainly not. They sound like they're contributing to the science, you know? And at the end of the day, that's what's important, you know? I could be snooty about this kind of thing and go, well, how legitimate are they really if they're purchasing specimens from the United States? But it sounds like they're actively doing paleontology. And that should be your ultimate litmus test, you know? Thanks for asking. It's a good discussion to have. And we're already halfway to the sub goal. That is phenomenal. Thank you, everybody who's helping us get there. Holy cow, 50 out of 100. Beautiful. Good stuff. Yeah. Are you from the Czech Republic there, Fin Tin Can? Or Czechia, or whatever we call that wonderful country nowadays?
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Mac Attack, thank you so much for the Prime sub there. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Thank you, Mac Attack, for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. And I'm from Slovakia and live in Czech Republic / Czechia. Nice. Okay, cool. I know a few other paleontologists who are also in that general region of the world, Eastern Europe. Natalia Jagielska is from Poland. And I don't know where she is in the world right now. She might still be in the UK. But, oh, she's in China now. Okay, cool. She's doing a postdoc at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. But yeah, Natalia's great. He does really cool stuff. And she is so cool, Casey. Yeah, I was so thrilled that she did a Trirarchuncus illustration for me a little while ago. She was doing a asking for donations. There we go. For Hong Kong. There was the big Taipo fire, which was really devastating. So she was asking people to donate to charity to help people out in the aftermath of that disaster. And in return, she would do a doodle for you. So I made a donation, and in return, received... Where did that go? Oh, here we go. Lenina got one too. Torn between Acrocanthosaurus and Stegosaurus. Yeah, nice. Where did mine go? Lenina ended up getting an Acrocanthosaurus. Which is super cool. And when was this? I'm gonna find it. I know I saved my Trirarchuncus here on. It's saved locally to my machine. Let me find that. I think it's in the junk drawer. Despite not being junk at all, it is gorgeous and adorable. I think it's in my random cool stuff folder. There we go. Yeah, this is the illustration that Natalia did of Trirarchuncus prairiensis, one of my dinosaurs, in the sense that I'm one of the authors on the original descriptive paper. That's Fowler et al. 2020. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. How awesome is that? Natalia's got a very distinctive style, and yeah. So cool, right? Oh, man. So anyway, good stuff. Anyway, where were we? I don't know, we were talking about all kinds of stuff. And an Alvarezsword, yes indeed, Fintincan, yeah. So I'm one of the authors on this paper from 2020. Trirarchuncus prairiensis, the last Alvarezsaurid. There's me there on the author list. There we go. I want to look something like this. What a cool critter. Oh, and there's a Casey Snow art illustration of this animal. Well. Have a gander at that. Beautiful. Right there on Google Images, Casey. One of the top results. Excellent. So anyway, the Alvarezsaurs are very near and dear to my heart, and I did a sculpt of one of these guys and 3D printed it a while back, a couple years ago. Let me grab that and show you. We are. Trirarchuncus prairiensis. It's big. I don't don't know if they're digit 1 or maybe, I guess maybe they're digit 2 claws? But anyway, check that out. Super cool. I sculpted this live on stream and then 3D printed it. Very proud of that. Yeah, one of my favorite critters. One of my favorite dinosaurs because, you know, got a personal connection. Anywho, 3D print progress. Well, let's have a look. So far, so good. Again, we're printing another draft of our leatherback turtle head. So it's gonna look, I guess we're at about this stage right now. And so it will continue to print and print and print until it's done. Right now we're just at this stage. Anywho, good stuff. Let's take a look at, oh, this is lovely. Here is the Acrocanthosaurus that Natalia did for Lenina. Just lovely, you know? Really good. What a friendly looking Acrocanthosaurus. Gotta love it. Good stuff. Sticker, Casey Man. Oh, very cool. Yeah. Oh, speaking of stickers, when I was at the Lordy and I stopped by the Seymour Marine Life Center. What's it called? The Seymour Marine Discovery Center. Here. Stopped by here yesterday on the way back from Monterey. If you're in Santa Cruz, California at any point, stop by this place. It's really cool. They didn't actually have this stuff when we were there. They had a different set of exhibits. Yeah. They've got touch pools where you can touch the different critters. So this is with, they're associated with the University of California at Santa Cruz. It's a cool spot. And it's right there on the ocean. Yeah. So, they've got a nifty gift shop there. And I was looking around for any leatherback turtle related stuff, and they had a few things. I'm now collecting leatherback turtle stuff. This was neat, I thought. I didn't buy this poster, but I thought about it. So this is at the Marine Sanctuary that's just off the coast there. So seasons in the sanctuary, and there's leatherback turtles. June through September they show up. And, yeah, there's all these other critters that show when they're there as well. And then in one of the sticker books, I'm like, I wonder if they have a leatherback turtle in here. And they did, kind of. Not the best art in this little sticker book. I just gotta show you, because I thought this was really funny.
What?
This has got to be the funniest depiction I've ever seen of a leatherback turtle. Just...
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Well, this kind of does. EB9, thank you so much for the 19 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 19 months. Yeah, Casey says, that is not what I expected. Yeah. They don't look like that. Vintin Camp says, I love him. Probably a female, actually, because it doesn't have, like, a long tail. The males have long tails. The females don't. So, I did not buy that, Lordy. No, I just took a picture. Yeah. I probably should have bought it, but I didn't. Anyway. But yeah. Oh, and I saw he said they're in fin tin can. Yeah. Maybe he's in transition. I mean, there are sometimes turtles that are born intersex. It happens. So yeah. Yeah. Very charming, says Summoner. Well, what I thought was even more charming was this. I bought 3 of these because I liked it so much. But I was so pleased that they actually had a leatherback turtle sticker. So, yeah. This is neat. I'm almost tempted to put this on the back of my car, but I'll find other places. I actually have a whole collection of leatherback turtle stickers that I've been accumulating from, here's the one that I designed. If you met me at TwitchCon, you probably got one of these. Get that focused up properly. Yeah. And then there were some other ones that I found. This is a neat one, I thought. I got this on, was it Redbubble? It's like a print-on-demand site where different artists can upload their designs. There's this one, too, which I thought was cool. This one almost looks photographic. Really stellar art there. And there's this one here. Really nice. And this one's very spirited. Like that one a lot. Yeah. And, I know folks here will like this one. It's very Twitch-coded. A pixel art leatherback. Check that out. I got that one for you, chat. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Now I have this one too. So, yeah. It's been cool collecting leatherback turtle stuff because I was telling Lordy about this. When you find sea turtle merch, it's almost never of leatherback turtles because leatherback turtles, they look very different from all other sea turtles. With everybody else, your greens and your flatbacks and your loggerheads and your hawksbills, they've all got hard shells. They all look vaguely similar to one another, but nobody looks like a leatherback. Leatherbacks are unique. They're so different from all other sea turtles. And that's because they diverged a lot further back. So every time you see one, it's a rare and special thing when you see like a leatherback turtle model or sticker or something, and you know that whoever was designing it, they're like, I'm gonna do a leatherback. Even here, it's got those longitudinal ridges running down the carapace. You can tell it's supposed to be a leatherback, even if they didn't quite get it right. Yeah. So imagine my surprise when looking through some of the kind of chintzy tourist souvenir shops in Monterey, California, near the aquarium. I found a leatherback. I'll show you. Here we go. You wrapped it up for me in here. Oh, and Clipper, are you talking about, was it Cassia? Was that weird early reptile from the Permian? Early Permian, I think? Yeah. Anyway, check this out. Beautiful little leatherback hatchling. I think it's supposed to be a hatchling. It's got the proportions for a hatchling. But, yeah. There we go. So, it's got glitter that it's shedding. But check that out. So, newest addition to my leatherback turtle collection. Yeah. I love it. good stuff. Glitter. This guy over here. Speaking of these models, I did a. Oh, hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? There we go. Did a tier list. So, even with Scott.
No, and that's really one of the challenges for conserving this animal is that it's hard for people to really get passionate about something that they never see. I've met a lot of people who make their living on the water, whether they're fishermen or other folks that spend a lot of time at sea that never seen them either.
Right.
So I'm always interested to hear when a local whale watch folks out here finds a leatherback. It usually creates a bit of a buzz around the bay for a while,
Right,
for about a week.
Yeah.
That one was seen. But yeah, it'd be nice to be able to get more people to be able to see them.
Exactly.
Alive.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go to a nesting beach,
They're all over the place. Yeah.
Well,
at least anyway, we're talking about these different turtle models here. But S is the best. That's like superior.
Right. I glanced at this. Yes.
Yeah. And then D, even though it's green, I thought this was so funny because like here is a world authority on this particular animal, someone who knows more about leatherbacks than just about anybody else on the planet, and here we are doing something as goofy as a tier list with him, with these different commercially available leatherback models. This is a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed this chat. We did this for you. So yeah, let's take a look at the big one.
Well, the big one.
Yeah.
The color's weird, isn't it?
It is. It's really vibrant. I picture this is probably from like. You loved it, Claire? Nice.
Okay.
I think it's fairly vintage. This one here, and let's hold it up to the camera so everybody can see too.
So yeah, the blue color is obviously a little strange. And
I want to recut this and show close-ups of each of these, in order to make it a little bit clearer when I do like a re-edited YouTube version of
the other
this.
thing they did on this one was when they are small, you see them having a lot of these white spots on them.
Okay.
As they get older, those kind of end up kind of fading away or merging or something, and you don't see as many white spots on them. But in the little ones, in the younger ones, the white spots are quite obvious. And the other thing is,
this is just really cool. We're going to talk with Scott about this.
You can see scales on the hatchlings, yes, but you're right. When they get big, it's not as obvious.
They just have that leathery skin.
You're right.
Yeah. Interesting. Unlike all other sea turtles who have visible. Anyhow, design this out. So, spoiler, here is our, I think our final rundown of the different models that I had right here. So, yeah. And I just had another one arrive in the mail yesterday. Here, take a look, sweetie pie. Don't eat that. Oh, where you going? Where you going? Treats. Yeah, that's what you want. Did you want my hair? What? What are you looking for? You want cuddles? You want treats? What do you want? Called Sam. Oh, interesting, Fin Tin Can. I'm not familiar with this.
This is our life. We're together forever. Is it love? What is love?
Oh, interesting. A turtle's tail, perhaps? Huh. Well, if that's like getting kids interested in turtles, and that's cool. I get kind of creeped out by the super anthropomorphized turtles. They just don't look right. But you know what? I'm not the target audience for that, so that's fine. It's cool that you learned about seagulls. Yeah. How are you doing, sweetie? Do you want some more treats? Is that what you're looking for? Yeah? Oh. Yeah? I can hear you purring. I hear you purring. Yeah. Okay, let's get you some treats, huh? Let's get you some treats. Would you appreciate that? Well. Oh, tasty, tasty. Yeah. What do you think? Good stuff? Yeah, excellent. Her whisker fireworks, says Chaotic Kitten. She's a very dapper cat, you know? Yeah. What do you think, sweetie? Do you want more? I know that look. She wants more. You want more? Okay. Make it happen. Oh, that's too many. Let's put these back. Tasty, tasty. Lordy, there you go. Yeah. Yum indeed. I like how you cleaned up some of the crumbs. Thank you for doing that. Not leaving too much of a mess on my desk. What do you think? What do you think, sweetie? I feel like you're hungrier than you used to be. Is that new diet food you're on? Why you're a little bit hungrier? Is that the deal there? Huh? Answer me. Want some more? More? ¿Quieres más? Lo entiendo. Yes, sweetie pie. Algo más. What do you think? Is it pretty good? I think that's all I'm going to give you for now. So, savor it. Making a commitment to good dental care. There you go, Casey. Yeah. Oh, she didn't eat it all. Well, wait this up real quick. Yeah, but I figure we'll take a look at a video with Adam Savage. He's got another one of these like AM&H visit videos. We'll take a look at that. And Reina Dos se dice, hold your caballos. ¿Hablas español? Sí. Un poquito de español. Mi acento es tan bueno, pero mi vocabulario no es tan bueno. El lado de mi familia, de mi papá, es de Puerto Rico, originalmente. Y la esposa de mi papá es de El Salvador. Pero, perdió la mayoría de mi español when I lived in Montana. I lost most of my Spanish. Jenny se dice muy bien español. Mi español no es tan bueno, lo siento. Pero gracias. You're very kind, but my Spanish is not that good. I need to work on my Spanish a bit, especially if I'm going to be doing some field work in Puerto Rico this year. We'll see if that is a possibility. But I'd love to be able to go do leatherback field work in Puerto Rico. That's kind of a dream for the coming year. We'll see if it happens. Yeah. Trust me, it's good, says Jenny here. I do trust you, but you're being very kind. My vocabulary is not good. I'm always worried when I speak Spanish to someone who grew up speaking Spanish more than I did. That my accent, I think, is pretty decent. But I don't know that many words, and so I'm always afraid that I'll sound like a native speaker who's just not very smart. Like, people will just think that I'm dumb. And maybe I am, you know? It's important to not take oneself too seriously. Try not to. But yeah, I am always a little bit afraid that people will just... Well, his accent's really good. He must just be really stupid. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, Florida. Oh, very nice, Neverwinter. Okay. Okay, and there you go, Casey. Yeah. Hey. Soy tonto. Es posibilidad. Yeah. Let's, Oh, we were gonna finish out that... Oh yeah, I was gonna show you this. The new leatherback model that just showed up in the mail yesterday. Quite pleased with this. Holy cow, this is the best one yet. This is from... Colorata, which is a Japanese toy-making company, if memory serves. And really nice leatherback here. It's the only one I have with an open mouth, which I think is nifty. We've got that nice smooth plastron there. And we've got the classic counter-shading dark on top, light underneath. Good stuff. Yeah. It is very charismatic, Lenina, so yeah. It's been tricky, like, getting some of these that are produced overseas because so many of them, there's crazy tariffs associated with it now because of the current regime that's going on in the United States. Oh boy. So stuff that, I don't know, if I were to get something like from the UK, I might have to pay like $50 as an import tax for something that may have cost like $9 to start with. It's been tricky trying to get some of these things. I'm lucky that I've got a little bit of spare change that I can spend on this or that. And you're helping with that, Ergo Wurgle. Thank you for gifting Case Kuchin. I saw your question there, Case Kuchin. Let me answer it. Yeah. $50 for a $10 input? Something like that, Crystal. I don't know. I've heard stories from people online. They're like, oh yeah, I ordered something off of eBay. It was $8, and then it was like $60 import fee that I had to pay upon delivery. So I don't know. I don't know if it's quite that much, but too much, whatever it is. Anyway, Case Kuchin says, hey Danny, do you have a tip for life-sized prints? I want to do a croc skull, and it feels like ages after slicing. I do have some tips, and speaking of croc skulls, not this is an Allosaurus, a theropod dinosaur, but I have a croc skull here, printed life-size. Let me show you. My favorite modern croc, Caviellus gangeticus, the gharial. Check that out. This is a life-size gharial skull 3D print. It's pretty impressive. It did take a long time to print, and I'm not done with it yet. Yeah. First tip is make sure you have enough filament and enough time. But one way to make it go a lot faster is if you're doing something big and life-size like that, if you don't mind sacrificing a little bit of detail, you could print it twice as fast as you otherwise would if you get a larger print nozzle. So I printed this with a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. So the detail is not quite as fine, but I mean, to be fair, the detail on the original file wasn't all that high anyway. So it's not like I was really losing a lot of detail. There's larger print lines, sure, but you can get rid of those with smoothing compound. So I used a 0.8 millimeter nozzle for that on my Prusa printer. And this stuff is wonderful. It's a little pricey, but XTC 3D smoothing compound is a 2-part epoxy that you can paint on to 3D prints in order to get rid of those print lines. It just makes it nice and smooth. It seals things. So yeah, you don't really have... You can sand it and paint it afterward if you want to, but it can get rid of a lot of the post-processing. So, here's a link. Yeah. And then I also recommend water putty. So, this stuff is really reasonably priced. This is the same stuff that we would use at Museum of the Rockies to fill in gaps in fossils, because it's semi-reversible. But you just add water to it, you mix it up, and you can use it to fill in the different cracks in between different pieces that you glue together. So like for this gharial skull, I printed this in a bunch of different pieces. So here's one of the pieces that goes from here, you see that line? Up to the top. This was one piece. And so I had to glue this on, and eventually I'll put some water putty in here, smooth it out, sand it, and then put smoothing compound over the top and paint it. But I haven't had time to do that since I printed it last year. So yeah. Yeah. And that's also how I did the Vikita for KC Snow Art. Let's see if I can find that. Go back to October here. There we go. The Vikita. There's me and Casey holding that on the stage at TwitchCon. So yeah, and I'm sure Casey has made it look even better now with some more post-processing. Yeah. And Trace says, can we ask what type of printer to use? You bet. Yeah. There you go. Charlie's Dragon, quick on the draw there. Yeah. I've got two of these. One of these is on the Fritz right now, the one on the right. But, yeah, I really like Prusa printers. Good stuff. And I've got a 0.25 millimeter nozzle on this one, so it prints things very slowly, but there's a high degree of detail. So I can do things like print this leatherback turtle bobblehead. Yeah, with a pretty high degree of detail there. Yeah. Anywho. You look like such a proud dad when you saw it with a face at TwitchCon. Yeah, that was a cool moment there, Casey. Yeah. Refinishing parts of it soon, actually. I was gonna bug you for the spray can color on the belly white. I do still have that. Yeah. Send me an email or a Blue Sky message or something, or a text, and I'll track that down for you, Casey. Yeah. Triceratops head in dinosaur is freely available. Oh, very cool, Vinted. Yeah. Send a link. Yeah, go ahead and post a link. That'd be neat. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. What I was going to do tonight was check out this video with Adam Savage, formerly of Mythbusters. This right here. But
this is actually a
this video is, I'm just noticing, 19 minutes long, and I really don't want to stream late tonight. I'm trying to get over a cold or something like that I may have picked up at the aquarium in Monterey. And so if we play this video and try and go through it, it's going to take well over an hour. And I should really be resting, and I should probably go have dinner and that kind of thing. So what we're going to do instead is we'll check on our 3D print real quick. Still going well. And let's wrap up today's stream. I'll have a big New Year's Eve stream tomorrow. We might be streaming for extra long tomorrow. We'll see. I want to make sure that I'm as close to fully recovered as possible before we do that. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap up today's stream right now. So let's put a Deinonychus under our credits here. Come on, Streamlabs. Give us our credits, please. There we go. Don't go away just yet. We're going to see if we can raid into somebody else who's doing some science on Twitch right now. Who else is on? And I hope you'll join me for an extra special New Year's Eve stream tomorrow. Should be a good one. Let's see who is on at the moment. It is Tuesday afternoon. Oh, Shark Geek is on. Well. Let's go right into Shark Geek. Raid. Shark G33K. Excellent. Cool. Well, everybody, appreciate everybody being named in our credits. I think some of those might be recipients of gift subs. Thank you for everybody who gifted a sub, or resubscribed, or subscribed for the first time. Your financial support is the reason why these streams are possible in the first place, and why I can do this full time. You are keeping a scientist off the streets with your financial support, and I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you likewise to the new followers, and the raiders, to the people who cheered with bits, and everybody who's watching, the lurkers too. You all help us get those numbers up, and that's important. And thank you, perhaps most of all, to the mods. Our moderation team here is extraordinary, and they do such a good job of keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. And even putting up with things like having a weird stream on a Sunday when we did our interview with Scott Benson. I really appreciate that, mods, more than you know. Sorry I didn't stream yesterday, too. I should have made that known. Things were super busy, and I totally forgot. We're going to have a fun stream tomorrow, our last one of 2025. I can't wait. Shark Geek is doing his last stream of 2025. Let's get in there right now